Our Twin Cities group is roughly on that model. There are currently 3 fledgling groups in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. We've got one in Elk River, one in St. Paul, and one in Richfield. So how many here are considered or identify with Twin Cities for yourselves? Yay. How about how many are from Mask Off? Great. And you see everybody here. Super. Okay, so we started forming this group because, like everybody here, we were disgusted by the lockdowns, the masks, the mandates, and the general COVID-idiocy. So we endeavored to develop a community of like-minded thinkers with whom we can plan and count on if and when the proverbial doo-doo should hit the cookie spinning thing. So we're interested in home or small community schooling. We're interested in exploring alternative economies, agras, intentional communities, and generally extracting ourselves as much as we can slowly from the machine, the mainstream. So we practice and teach or want to learn about alternative and other healing modalities. We are proponents of body autonomy, and we know that health comes from within. And we want to teach or learn how to grow, process, and preserve our foods. So that's why we're here, and our solution showcase is because we collectively realize that we have been purposefully domesticated and convenienced to a point where we've pretty much lost a lot of our survival skills. And I know, for one, if you drop me in the woods, I'm going to have a hard time. So I want to learn from a lot of you people. So our presenters tonight will be offering abridged versions of ideas that we would like to present in the future so we can get together in communities. And build self-sufficiency and alternative markets, ultimately. Because of the time constraints, there won't be a lot of time for Q&A. We're just going to give you a turbo version of our ideas, and we do have sign-up sheets, and we can pass them around. And you can put your name and your information, let us know what kind of groups you'd be interested in being a part of, or if you actually have skills and shares that you want to teach to the rest of us. You can connect with us on Telegram. The address is on the tables. It's also on the clipboard. And we are also hosting a potluck on Sunday the 24th. And we'd love to have anybody come show up to that. And that will be organized through our Telegram community as well. So thank you for being here. And I will pass the invisible mic to Jeff.
I can talk real quickly, 2 minutes maybe, about money and cryptocurrency. Everybody knows about cryptocurrency. A lot of people wonder though, why do we need cryptocurrency? And that's the biggest hurdle for people who haven't adopted it yet. They don't know why it's necessary. How many people here have looked into the Federal Reserve System? All right, good many of you, because...
I didn't like what I saw.
Yeah. What is the governing principle of society? It's money, right? Everything's built on money. And the money system itself is corrupt. Whoever controls money controls society. So that corrupt money has corrupted every institution of our society. That's why we have incentivized corruption, greed, and all this stuff, because the system it's operating on is corrupt. What if there was a system that was transparent, immutable, peer-to-peer, censorship-resistant, and decentralized and open source? Well, there is. That's called Bitcoin. And many other blockchains have these features as well. And the money that we use isn't backed by anything, let you know that. It only has money because it's been decreed money, called fiat money, and it's printed all the time with no accountability. It's unconstitutional, it's governed by an unelected group, and they're constantly stealing value from all of us when we do this. Well, we can collectively decide to use different forms of money and give it value just by voting with our dollars, by using that currency. And that will neuter the Federal Reserve's power when we stop using their money. One thing I want to let you know is that you can earn a lot of passive income on cryptocurrency. What do you get in a savings account right now? 0.01%, something like that. You can get 6%, 8%, 12% just with stablecoin, US dollar coins. And you can earn way higher percentages than that, much, much higher, in other currencies that have more risk. And there's more like complicated systems like liquidity providing and yield farming, where you can earn lots of passive income with your capital. So those are things I've been doing to help get myself out of that system, and it's put me in a position where I can buy some property. I don't need to work jobs unless I want to, and that's a beautiful thing. So I just want to stress one more time, like, it's about censorship-resistant, trustless, peer-to-peer, decentralized currencies. And if you all want to ask questions with me later or learn more about it, let me know. And there's probably here a few people that know more than me about it, but I've been active for 4 years in this space, and I can teach you how to get a wallet set up, get an exchange and buy some, and learn how to use it. But yeah, that's basically what I wanted to share with y'all, that there are new money systems out there that are like cats out of the bag, genies out of the bottle, and they can't stop it. They can only like regulate it and try to intimidate people from using it, but they can't stop it. Thanks.
Hey, who are you again?
My name's Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
How can we get hold of you? Here's how we get a hold of
you. You can come up and say hi to me.
You can come up and say hi to any of us afterwards, or you can fill in here. We can pass this around when you decide what you'd like to learn about. Please put your names down. I'm back. So food preservation's been around since the dawn of mankind, but many of us wouldn't really know what to do without a refrigerator. So I was compelled this year to grow a garden and start learning how to do food preservation. And not so incidentally, we've already had 3 water bath canning bees. 2 were with Amy, 1 was at my place, and we learned how to preserve various types of fruits and vegetables, and it was a lot of fun. And it was especially fun in the beginning of this whole thing, when we just really needed to meet with like-minded people, and it felt so good. So anyway, my fermenting, I love fermenting because it's super easy, it's creative, it's fun, it's yummy, and if you don't think it's yummy, it's because you've only had sauerkraut out of a jar from the grocery store. So forget about that and start fermenting other things. So I've got something I just started a few days ago. You simply put in any kind of herbs and spices. I always put pepper a la pot. Bay leaves add tannins to leave your vegetables crispy so they don't get soggy. Obviously you want garlic, you want onions. You can ferment garlic and sliced onions just to use as garnishes, and they're also, added flavor. I took a bunch of split tomatoes that weren't going to do well. We didn't want to eat them. I fermented them. They are mushy. I do not care for them, but they're going to go on pizza, along with some mushy peppers. So they're awesome on pizza. So very, very quickly. Oh, and this, you don't have to have carrots all the time. Most of us do, but I just pull these out and garnish salads with them. And my pickles, oh my God, to die for. So anyway, very, very briefly, what we do is we slice our vegetables and we layer them with the different seasonings. We tamp them down and smoosh them down this is a really cool modern thing called a pickle pebble, and it goes on top. We have to have the food under the water, and then we use basically 2 tablespoons per quart of water dissolved. Has to be purified water, and we cover the vegetables. And obviously, we don't want them to get in contact with the oxygen because that will cause mold. We put the lid on, tighten it, and this will breathe. It will let out the gases. And in 10 days to 2 weeks, you've got wonderfully fermented vegetables. They hold in the fridge, or if you have, an outdoor, not outdoor, but a 3-season porch or basement that's a little cooler, they will preserve there all winter long. And we have these on the table every time we have guests, and no, we never didn't have guests since all last year. So, again, that's my quick version, turbo version.
How long do they last?
How long do they last?
Well, they could last up to a year.
Okay.
I mean, I think there are other people who say they will last longer than that, but I don't know.
Yeah, once you open Star Starter pickles or whatever, they'll last in your fridge for a couple more months after that.
I've had the cabbage that doesn't smell wonderful in there since March, and it's still good. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name. I'm Jennifer Condor, and Sarah and I actually did sort of start the first Richfield Freedom Cells, so we're happy about that, and we're happy to see more people and really want it to grow. So thanks again for being here. Next, Mercury.
All right. Excuse me for a moment. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mercury. I'll be your instructor today. And quick disclaimer, if you could just keep your questions until after the presentation, I'll be happy to answer any of your questions. But I want to go over just some quick self-defense things. I guess I specialize more in these kind of extreme scenarios and all that, and well, unfortunately, getting that kind of practice in is kind of difficult. So it's nice to at least formulate it in your mind a little bit. So, obviously, you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you have to use self-defense, right? For instance, let me give you a scenario. You're walking down the street, it's about 8 p.m., it's just gotten dark, right? You're going to catch a bus. And you just get this feeling that someone's following you. You know, obviously, you don't want to look back and see who's there, right? Because that'd be super suspicious. So, one of the things that you can do, find a crosswalk. Stand there, look both ways. You're checking for traffic, You see who's there? Okay, guy's got a hood on. All right, cross the street. One thing is, if you ever heard this with cars, you make 4 turns, and if they're still following you, that's pretty suspicious. Same thing with people. Obviously, avoid alleyways. Just avoid making yourself a target. If you're down on your phone, you're not paying attention to anything, well, you're making yourself an easy target to be robbed. But sometimes that's not enough, right? Sometimes people are under influence, they're drunk, they're looking for a fight, whatever. In that situation, 10 feet. Bottom line, 10 feet. Doesn't matter if, for instance, you have a firearm or pepper spray or taser, 10 feet at minimum. Now, obviously, maybe this person's in a really manic episode, right? He starts charging you, right? Again, whilst you do have weapons, right, in this instance, your voice is your first line of defense. Like, bottom line. Someone starts charging you, "Sir, step back! I will shoot! Step back!" And hopefully it doesn't get to that situation, but if it does, it does. One thing that I would recommend, though, at least in court, having a non-lethal part in it, at least you deployed it, you used the taser, you used pepper spray, it doesn't work, right? At least in court, that looks better. But You know, it's difficult to talk about self-defense in a way that works in every single situation. But at the end of the day, you have to be thinking about, again, the initial, I have to save myself, and then the after effect of, how am I going to prove in court that I'm innocent, right? But yeah, that's all I have for that. So thank you for your time.
I'm doing a wild experiment here using technology. Hopefully this works. Oh no! And hopefully you can see it. Starting off, can everyone see this? If not, come on over.
You can see the first line.
The first line. Okay. Well, just real general. What was that?
Looks like the blue screen is down.
All right. Well, hopefully not. Farm to table. I think a lot of people are talking about what, the food. Going to the grocery store. Are the food shelves full? Maybe, maybe not. Not to mention, what are we feeding ourselves? Is it good, healthy food? Let's help our local farmers. We are very blessed here in Minnesota that we have local farmers. They've been under a lot of pressure. The 30 by 30 program, you familiar with that? Nobody. Oh, I haven't been doing my job. 30 by 30, that's the whole program where the farmers are being paid to not produce their fields. They're also being, the new legislation that's in the works, they will be taxed for all the animals that they are raising. Like over $3,000 a cow, $2,500, $2,000 for a pig. Every single head of animal will be taxed.
In Minnesota?
Nationwide. Yeah, there's some stuff coming down. So what my thought here is what I call farm to table. It's called Adopt A, and then it's ... So this is a video I made. I figured it's a better way for me to explain it. I am going to use the example of beef. Now I know a lot of people here may be vegan, you may be vegetarian. The idea also goes with if you wanted to raise a field. So let's say there's a farmer that has vegetables that they grow. The idea is how do we come together to basically support that farmer so then they can support us and feed us. So with that, I'm going to...
Hi, this is Amy with Freedom First Marketplace. So we're talking about the Farm to Table program, how to adopt and it could be a cow, it could be a pig, it could be a field. As we have talked about, food security is going to be a big deal this fall and winter. How do we protect ourselves? How do we connect with each other? Many of you are familiar with Farm to Table. We're going to bring out some different ideas on what you can do to prepare for your family. Right here we have listed a few steps to follow. Definitely get registered on the Farm to Family or the Freedom First Marketplace and list your farm, list your business, and let's connect the families together. How does this work? Adopt a Farm is going to be connecting farms through either the traditional bulk purchasing from the Farm to Table program. It could be going to a butcher, or it could be doing what I'm proposing here is a hybrid option. The thing about a hybrid option is that you are going into a group of people, or you bring together a group of people of 16 people. And the reason for that is so you can basically purchase a 16th of what you're purchasing, and it's done in bulk, and then you get the proceeds basically once a month for 16 months. What do you get with a 16th of a purchase? And this is where showing out the pricing. So first I'm going to just share about the bulk pricing. Today, based on this past weekend, end of June 2021, we saw that the going rate for bulk purchasing is about $8 a pound. You're going to be looking at a lot of meat. Most people cannot put that kind of meat in their freezer, in their homes. They probably can't even eat that amount of meat in a reasonable amount of time. So breaking it down, so a family could get, let's say, 25 pounds of meat a month. Now, many of us are used to buying our meals once a day. Things may not allow for that. So how do you get an appropriate amount of food that will fit in a freezer in the average apartment anywhere in the United States, and to have clean, healthy, locally grown meats available to you and your family. This is the program.
Does it say anything? Oh. So it has a whole bunch of details here. I got the video. It's on YouTube.
What's the URL for that?
Well, it's a YouTube URL, so it's those googly googs. But I'm sure if you do Adopt Us, it will.
How would you find it?
I'm just gonna pause it.
If somebody was to do a search for the URL for that.
Yeah, or I think it's under A Miller. That's my YouTube channel. I only have 2 videos on there, so A Miller. There you go. Imagine that. So, long and short of it, just so you know, 1/16 of a portion is 19 pounds of hamburger. And of course, I'm just picking on a cow. You can divvy it out. It would be 6 steaks and 2 roasts. So when you think of how would that fit into my fridge or my freezer, could I eat that in a month with everything else I have? That was kind of where I came up with those numbers. So that's the Adopt-A program. I'd love to also have that idea be about vegetables, because if you are raising vegetables, then it might be once per week instead of once a month. But again, this is where we combine together as a group, 16 people, and you come up with a way to kind of source your food together as a group. So that's first one. I'll introduce the Freedom First Marketplace next when I come up.
Did you want to go again?
Back up around 2. All right, so also get introductions out of the way on Mercury. For this one, I want to be going over first aid. This one's a little bit more tangible. I suppose I will say a disclaimer: if anyone is kind of squeamish with details of gore, you can bleed now. I recommend it, but there won't actually be any, so don't worry.
No volunteers?
No volunteers. Exactly. But yeah. So starting off first aid, you're going to need an IFAC or individual first aid kit. Traditionally, in this instance, the only goal of this is to keep the person who's hurt, bleeding, whatever, stable enough to receive further help. Obviously, in this sense, hospitals currently are kind of not safe, to say the least. So it's nice to at least know this stuff so you can at least keep them stable long enough to find someone suitable to help them further. And starting off with it is the trusty tourniquet. So what this is it's meant to cut off blood flow to extremities, primarily your arms or legs. So for this example, let's say that I have a nasty gouge going from my top of the forearm down to my wrist. Just profuse bleeding, we gotta stop that. So how you do? You break it open like this, you're gonna put it up here, and you're gonna cinch it down. It's a nice little thumb hole too, so you can just... So once that is cinched down, and another thing that you're gonna wanna keep in mind is keep it as high up on the extremity as possible. So say, obviously, I'm not going to put it down here because there's still going to be more blood flow going here. So keep it as high up on the extremity as possible. It's harder to do it on yourself, but once you've cinched it down, you'll use this, which is called a windlass. And you'll just do 1 or 3 turns. You'll put it under that claw there. Hold this timestamp over, write the time. Because after about 8 hours of a tourniquet being applied, you have the risk of cellular necrosis taking place on that limb. So, very important. So, tourniquet's applied. Now we actually have to start focusing on the wound itself, where the bleeding's happening. We crack this open. Gauze. There are 2 types. One with hemostatic agent, and one without. Hemostatic agent is designed to form blood clotting, so that keeps it from, well, continuously bleeding. So, I won't open it for this demonstration, but essentially how it works is it's a nice stretchy fabric. It's kind of sticky and all that. What you're going to do is continuously pack that gauze into the wound. And you'll just pack it in and you'll hold it there for about a minute or two until the bleeding stops. Let's say the bleeding stops. Well, then we can move on to dressings. And I'm sure you've seen these before in movies or whatnot. You just wrap this around the gauze to keep it in place. And on some other notes here, chest seals. This is more extreme if you find yourself in a situation where someone has a puncture wound or have been shot. You would put one of these onto the wound. So you don't obviously pull out the thing that's in them. You just put this on and you get them into a recovery position. And if the person has a splint of some sort, if they have broken bone or something that's dislodged, fractured, you'll use one of these, a splint. Cool things about these, you can actually cut them up and stuff. Let's say in this instance, I fractured my wrist or whatever, right? To prevent it from causing further damage, you'll fold it in on itself here and curve it like this. That'll add more rigidity and strength to it so that way the wrist won't move any further. And upon that, you'll just wrap it with some more dressing and hold it there. Now, the problem is, I've only had to do this a couple times and I've never gone to such extreme lengths, but the thing is, this is one of the things that's really cool, is you can practice them. They thankfully have dummies and whatnot that you can find at certain places, or you can join, what I've done recently, join a local fire explorer thing or police explorers. Amazing opportunities there to learn about first aid and all that. But yeah, as far as that kind of covers what I had for major first aid there. Thank you for your time.
Great, thanks, Mercury. So, just so you guys all know, none of us are professional speakers, and you know this is kind of like we're on the stage for the first time or whatever. And so I just want to remind everybody to try and keep it under 5 minutes so we can get through these real quick.
Yeah.
You ready to go again?
Okay, so you heard me say Freedom First Marketplace. I had another video, but it's not working. Freedom First Marketplace is the concept of having a parallel economy. So this is a little bit of a sidestep from the crypto, but it's actually a marketing tool. So as I'm talking about this idea of having your farm listed, this is the idea of if you have any business, if you are a doctor, if you are a nurse, if you have any type of profession, if you're a teacher, you can list your information on this marketplace. People can then reach out to you and you negotiate directly with your customer. And it's, I mean, we thought we'd start out with food. The thing is, the website's not working yet. But I am gathering, so if people want to reach out to me, I am gathering contact information. And when we get the website up, we will get you notified so you can get logged on. This is going to be a national website. This thing's going to be massive. Again, the idea is that you connect directly to the person that you want to purchase from. It's going to be a great tool for anyone in the healthcare industry. If you're looking to sell or buy property, contacting the owner directly, negotiating with them. It's where we don't need to have contracts. We need to have handshakes. So I think that's the whole concept of this idea. It's just that parallel economy. It's just how do we market ourselves so other people can find us. So hopefully I'm going to buy back some time for you.
Great. Thanks. Thanks, Amy. Okay, I brought props. I'm here to talk about Kelly kettle. And so I go camping a lot, and you always need a lot of boiling water when you're camping. And what you can make, I go into the boundary waters and take stuff like this up there, and it's freeze dried. And lately I've been trying to freeze dry my own chili, by the way, and coffee. Anyway, anything like that you could use boiling water, and you need it quickly and right away. So normally I would bring this. This is a jet boil, and they're kind of expensive, and they have this like non-recyclable can that you have to buy the fuel for. So anyway, years ago we lost power at our house, and it was for like 5 days. And all the neighbors came down to my house because I had coffee in the garage, and they'd come down in the morning and have some coffee. And so I guess they liked that just because I was prepared for an emergency. Well, this is a Kelly kettle, and what it actually burns firewood. So you, let's see. So the problem is, if you run out of fuel and there's a power outage, or even a grid down situation, you're still going to need boiling water, and you need it fast, and it's available anytime. And even if you run out of fuel, this is good. The solution, I'm saying, is an $80 Kelly kettle. So what you do with this, there's a little hole here where the air is going to rush in, and you put inside here, it's fueled by, it's a rocket stove. Oh, here, let me explain that. You put water in here, and if you look through here, it's got a thin wall of, and the chimney on the inside, the water is being heated by a large surface area, and it creates a rocket stove so that the air goes rushing in here and comes out here, and you can burn sticks, twigs, bark, leaves, grass, pine cones, or whatever you just find around on the ground. It's extremely efficient, and only uses about a tenth as much firewood as you normally would use. And it's easy to light even when it's windy, or if the fuel is a little bit wet. You just hold a match up to this thing, or a lighter, and it'll just start going right away because the heat's coming up and it sucks air in and fuels the fire. So then this piece is on the top. It holds about 7 cups of water, and this will start to whistle when it boils. And you might just be dropping more fuel in here if you need it along the way. And then what you do is, once it whistles, you have to take it off like this, because if you take it off like this, you burn your knuckles. That's a drag. You take it off like this, and then you can pour water into your cup or into your whatever you have that needs it. Oh, you can also get a pot support thing that goes up here so that you could have another thing up on top to be cooking at the same time. And when you get the kit, there's a little stove that fits in there. I didn't get the kit, but I just got this piece. There's a little stove that fits in there, some cups and a plate, and it all nests like this. It all fits inside here back into the bag. So anyway, I recommend the Kelly kettle. I think it's a pretty cool invention, and if you get one, you're going to like it. With that, I wanted to invite Lori up here, who's a kind of a special guest. What? What's my name? I'm Trigby. And I'm a member of Freedom Cells here. And, I'd like to invite Lori because she's not on the agenda, but she just wants to say a few words.
I'll go fast. I live in the country in Northfield, which is about 45 minutes. Hey, that's us. South of the Twin Cities, and I have a year-round greenhouse, and it's a organic, kind of heirloom seed, soil-based greenhouse, and I'm wanting to connect with people, and so I came here, and if you're anywhere in the vicinity, Durbo, Atana, you guys, please come over if you're interested in growing and just connecting. My name's Lori, and I'll wear my hat.
Okay, so now I'm up for the third time and the last time. But this one's going to be probably the most important conversation we have today. The reason why I say it's not about food, and it's not about shopping, it's about your life, or therefore the end of your life. So one thing every one of us can count on. This is actually my personal business that I did before this whole drama has happened. And my business is called Our Family Encounter. You have made your, say, a healthcare directive. 2 over there? Okay, are you aware that if you go to the hospital and you do not tell them what you want to have happen, they get to decide? Do we know what that means? Yes. They will tell you what you take. They will give you the medicine they want you to have. I think we're living this every day of our lives. The way you can get around that is by having a healthcare directive. I have a handful here. This is the one that's from the University of Minnesota Extension Service. I did post this on Mascot. I also posted it on the Twin Cities Freedom Cell site. But you can just find this online. You can find any form online. It's out there. It's free. It costs nothing. Now, today's your lucky day if you happen to have brought this in. We have Tim here, who is, where? Right here. Yay, Tim. Tim is a notary. Now, the thing is, you can fill this out. You can put it on your nightstand. It doesn't do any good. The only reason why this will do any good is if you have a notary sign it. So this is going to ask you everything about who can speak for you for any health decision. You have to decide somebody to speak for you to make your decisions known. It tells you what kind of medications you do or do not want to have. It tells you, do you want to be intubated or not? It tells you, do you want to be DNR? Do not resuscitate? I'm not a doctor, by the way. You want to donate your organs? Those are all decisions you must make. Everybody here in this room should be making. If not, someone else is going to make it for you. So, highly recommend this. My actual business is to cover everything when it comes to aging. So I do housing, finances, legal, wellness, end-of-life care, end-of-life decisions, and the legacy planning. Now, I'm actually a mediator. So I'm not a doctor, an attorney, a financial planner, any of that. I outsource all that work, but I make sure you get your plan done. That's my purpose, that's my goal. I just want people to have this stuff done. I have little folders here, maybe 20? I'm not gonna go that far. But I also have stickers, which are like my business card. So you can reach out to me afterwards, so I can set up some time to talk with you, or at least give you this information. And I'm working really hard to get a book out by the end of this month, so you can have everything that you can download from my website, so you can do your own plan on your own time. So with that, back to you, Tracy.
Thanks again, Amy. My name's Trippy, and I like to make chili. And I like to pressure can it and preserve it, so it's shelf stable. In our garden, we grow the garlic, the tomatoes, the onions, the hot peppers, but not the mushrooms. So the problem statement is shiitake mushrooms are expensive, and sometimes they're not even available. And really, who knows how long they're going to let me in the grocery store. So the solution is grow your own mushrooms, and using the log sawdust inoculation method. So I was at a Freedom Cell meeting up in Elk River, and Kristen said, "Well, does anybody want some mushroom sawdust?" Yeah, I need some for my chili. So then she gave me this stuff, and I had to go on YouTube and figure out how to do this. Well, it turns out that there's a store called forgot it already. North Spore. So at North Spore they sell tools, and one of the tools that I got was this drill. And here's my log over here, and you just drill holes in the log, and then you put this dust. I brought a pan too, but you put the dust in here, and you just sort of dab in there, and then when you push it, there's a piece in there just as deep as the hole. So you just push it into the hole, and refill it, push it into the hole, and pretty soon the whole log is inoculated with mushrooms. And then one more thing, in here, I went down to the Goodwill, and I got this yucky old crock pot, which is perfect for this, because you just put the wax in there, and then you can take a paintbrush, and you need to seal all these off so that the inoculation thing is sealed and it won't dry out. And then you also want to seal the end, so you go like this and seal it like that. And so anyway, this log now is going to be in a shady spot all winter long, and a little bit off the ground, but let the snow get on it. And then come about June, I'm going to dunk it underwater for a day, and then I'm going to take it out and lean it up against the tree, and about a week later, there'll be just shiitakes coming out all over the place. And so a couple of different harvests, and then it'll be time for me to make some more chili. yeah, I guess that's all I really wanted to say. So, let's see, who's next? Oh, Kristen, perfect timing. She's the one who gave me the microphone.
Hi everybody, my name is Kristen and I'm with the Northwest Freedom Cell in Elk River, and I'm going to talk today about EMF Awareness. So EMF stands for electromagnetic frequency, and we're surrounded all the time by electromagnetic fields. The earth has a magnetic field. Even the human body generates a magnetic field that they can actually measure that's about 6 feet diameter. But we have a lot of artificial sources of electromagnetic radiation around us, and mostly it's anything electronic, anything you plug into the wall, and definitely our cell phones, so that's something to be more aware of. There have been a lot of studies that link excess exposure to all the RF radiation to issues with the thyroid, issues with the brain, and issues with cancer. So it is a real thing that's been studied. And right now, there's not really a federally established limit for how much EMF you should be exposed to. But there are things you can do. You can find out in your own house what the devices are giving off. You can find out how strong the field is. And that way you can know if there's anything you need to move out of your sleeping area or areas that you spend a lot of time. So this is called a tri-field meter. And they're not too expensive, like a little over $100. And it measures the magnetic field. Okay. There's not much of a magnetic field going on right now. It measures electric field. So if I had something electric, I would show you probably this
Here's the cell phone.
right here.
Oh,
So you have to get pretty close to a wall outlet to get a reading on it. And there's RF radio frequency, which is your cell phones, your Wi-Fi router. So basically, you find out the values that you should look for, and I just have them written on the back as a handy way to know. And it also tells you the number, how high the reading is getting. So once you check out the things in your house, you can make a plan about what you want to do about it. We decided for our Wi-Fi router in the basement, we put that on a Christmas light timer so that every night it turns off at 10 p.m. That way that's not generating any unnecessary RF radiation. And the other thing you can do is use shielding. So there's something called a Faraday bag. This is a giant example of a Faraday bag. And a Faraday bag is for your phone and your laptop, anything that uses RF radiation. And when you put your phone or anything else in here, it doesn't receive any signal, any cell signal, and it doesn't send any cell signal. So this is a great thing for privacy too. We know that our cell phones can track our location, our microphone information, our camera data. So really the only way you can be sure your phone's not sending that to a third party is to cut it off from the internet. So that's what these do. And these are all different examples that you can get. There's some that only shield your body, but you can still receive a call. And these just cut it off completely. So it's something to think about. And yeah, I hope that was helpful and give you some ideas about things you can do in your own environment to kind of limit your exposure and at least be aware of it. Another plug for Freedom Cells is if one person has one of these in their Freedom Cell, they can just lend it out to everybody in the group a different week. And so everyone doesn't need to buy one. You could share one of these. Yeah, and if you have any questions about where to get this stuff, I have some good resources to share too. So, thank you.
great.
Hi, I'm Sarah. I am definitely not a presenter, so this is a stretch for me to be up here, but I'll do my best. So, I am a licensed acupuncturist, which is kind of funny because what I'm going to be talking about is private membership associations where you don't need licensing, but I am licensed. I didn't know anything about this beforehand. And I'm also a microgreens farmer. I do that kind of on the side. That's my side gig. That's the way to make money. That's the way to have year-round food in my house all the time, and also to have food to trade with my other Freedom Cell members, and anybody really. So this is a solutions showcase, so I'm kind of mentioning that the problem that I'm trying to solve here is the government overreach into businesses. That's a huge, broad thing, but it is happening. And a solution to that is to create a private membership association. So what is that? Oh, and I do want to say, disclaimer, I have not created a PMA. They call them PMAs. I'm really just in the learning stages of this too, and my job here is just to provide that information to you as an option, and then I can get you connected to more information and learn more about it. So I'm going to just read a quote about what a PMA is. A private membership association is men and women collectively asserting and standing upon their rights to determine what devices, products, procedures, or services will be used by them to maintain the health of their own body, mind, or spirit. So PMA members are free to exchange any information whatsoever on any topic they choose under the rights to freedom of speech and freedom of the press secured by the first article in our Constitution, the amendment to the Constitution. And they can speak or write about, listen to, or read any information used or obtained, or obtain any information, product, or service on any terms agreeable to any member who chooses to provide that information, product, or service. Blah blah blah. A lot of words there, but pretty much it's like the freedom to offer benefits and services that are outside of the jurisdiction, venue, and authority of state or federal agencies. It sounds illegal, like you're maybe going outside of the law, which you actually are, but the court's rulings have stated that unless the PMA, this is literally in quotes, creates a clear and present danger of a substantial evil, it may continue to operate. So the private domain of an association is a sanctuary, constitutional shelter, shield, and domain set apart and preserved according to a number of U.S. Supreme Court decisions. Okay, so these things have been around for a long time. You've probably heard of like the social clubs in dry counties in Texas, where they're getting around it by, you walk in, you want to buy a beer, you can't unless you're a member of our private membership association. You give them a little bit of money and then you're in and you get a beer. And this is also, so I'm an acupuncturist, which is weird and alternative, and now it's much more mainstream, but in 1974, Miriam Lee is an acupuncturist, very well known. A lot of acupuncturists use a lot of her protocols, and she was arrested in 1974 in California for practicing medicine without a license. She went to jail, or I don't know if she went to jail, but she got into a lot of trouble, and then she had enough patients of hers come forward and say what, great work she's done, and it became legal in California 2 years later. But had she been a member of a private membership association, she wouldn't have even had to go that route, because it's an agreement between practitioner, and in fact, there isn't necessarily even the doctor-patient relationship. It's just people, Amy said that, handshake agreements, and versus needing a license, asking permission. When you get a license, you are asking permission to do whatever it is you want to do. So, making this brief, again, I'm just learning about this, but I had this idea when I started realizing that, like Trigby said, pretty soon I might not be welcome in hospitals or doctor's offices. Already I am not welcome because I am not happy doing this, and so I have not gone into any of those offices. Well, if I could, this is in the infancy stages of creating a healthcare facility where there are many, many providers like myself and patients like you all who want to be treated by practitioners who are going to, allow anybody in their doors, literally. So infancy stages, as soon as I started mentioning this to people, I have seen that the America's Frontline Doctors are maybe thinking about doing this. I saw another with Health Freedom, another group. It seems like this idea is percolating up all over the place, which is so good for all of us. I don't know how much I will be able to actually get the momentum going here, but I will jump on if I see, the frontline doctors doing that. And for you all, ideas for you. Okay, you might not have a job soon because of things you have decided, and they may let you go. So I say start your own thing. Here's some ideas. Homeschooling or unschooling. If a teacher is licensed, you're tied. You can't do a whole lot about that. But if you want to help and teach kids and the parents are willing and everybody is handshaking okay, do it. If you want to do legal advice, but you don't want to go the legal route, that's one thing. Finance, crypto, you can advise people on crypto. All the types of healthcare, massage, healing touch, nursing, physical therapists, animal care, training, health. If any of these things resonate with you and you're sick of being told what to do, you can do it. Just move forward and do it. Oils, plants, herbs, if you know a lot about, do any of you guys know why this is on the table? Yeah, yep, so we know about this stuff. Okay, so if you're an electrician, a gym, if you want to invite people over to exercise, food, raw milk stuff, grocery store. I know that there's a PMA in California that is a grocery store. They have a big, thing, and the people come in and everybody's okay, and the FDA is not involved. Hairdresser, I said grocery store, childcare, I said driver. We need drivers that aren't like Uber. You're gonna bring people around, right? Anyway, so many ideas. You all can do it. I mean, being a business owner is the best thing ever, and there's ways, but super important not to just go on this on your own. I have learned you want to do it the right way, because otherwise you can end up becoming legally binded. If you have a lawyer do this paperwork for you, you are legally binded. Not the right way to do it. So there's David Edwards is a guy. There's a chiropractor in town. Sometimes I know he's in this group a little bit, but who has done this. I can get you connected with him if you're interested in what he did. But I believe he used this guy, David Edwards, who has 36 years of experience. His website is getyourpma.com. That's one thing. Anyway, you as well as I just went on and Googled it. I don't Google, but I internet searched it, and you all can do the same just to learn this. But I just want everybody to have an idea that there are other ways, there are alternative ways to what we all know. All right.
Hi, my name is Archer Acton. I will be under 5 minutes because I wrote this in the last couple of days. I practiced it once, and it will come under 5 minutes. So I want to talk about a different sort of solution that is fundamental to all of the solutions we're likely to see here today. And congratulations, we all are embracing this solution in one way or another. Because we have tuned into a thread inside of us that has allowed us to either open our eyes or keep our eyes open to a world that is out there and doesn't connect in here, in the heart, in the head, in the spirit. And then we recognize that dissonance, and then we metaphorically stood up, we stand up, and each in our own unique way say, I can't be a part of this charade. There's something wrong here in the world that is revealing itself, and I need to make changes. In the past, I valued the idea of fitting in, becoming invisible to those around me so I wouldn't stand out as weird or different. A bit of the just leave me alone philosophy. Ignore me, and I will think what I think, and I will not bother you. Please don't bother me. In some sense, maybe that's a pretty universal way of being in this world. I could see how since the narrative formed that we are in a deadly worldwide pandemic, and now we all had to do silly things like wear masks and social distance and that long list of nonsense new normals we were expected to embrace out of fear just to participate in society. I could see how a new response was required of me, by me. So a year ago, I spoke up about the upcoming vaccines, warning friends and family that it was an experimental genetic injection, not a vaccine at all, the way they think of what a vaccine is, as it is not designed to prevent infection or transmission of any virus. But that fell onto people unwilling or unable to listen and comprehend. So that thread inside me, like the thread inside you, that pays attention to this dissonance, led me to knowing it was time to leave my job. That was soon going to force me to either get the jab or lose my job choice. So I recognize now we're living in a time of great opportunity, the system of oligarchs and oligarchs, businesses, medical professionals, politicians, and media is showing its true disgusting self to many people, and that gives us the opportunity to rise up, resist, and say no. And that's a great opportunity. One example of how I, like all of you, became a part of the solution, I said no. I quit my job on September 1st, so I'm now creating a new path in line with my values. I've begun an energetic healing business as I've been trained as an energetic healer using some wonderfully powerful techniques. And I hope this path works out for me, and I can survive helping others in a world where the medical establishment are the ones wearing the tinfoil hats. I will form other plans if this doesn't work out, but I know I need a different path from the treadmill I was on. I'll have cards here, I'll put them on the table. If you want to show support, visit my website, actonenergetics.com. Even sign up using the contact form on the website, as that will help me develop my communication skills with potential clients. And of course, never abuse your email or anything like that. So I'm on my path of ridding myself of the dissonance of taking part in a world that has spun dangerously out of control. And I'm one example in a room filled with people here, who have found and are creating their unique solutions and paths. I'm speaking here to remind you to pat yourselves on the back for making the changes you believe are right for you, using your heart and your head and your spirit. Thank you.
Here, here. Kume?
Hello everyone, my name is Sakumi, and I want to talk a little bit about herbal medicine and some ways to prepare herbal medicine. Yeah, so one of my passions is herbal medicine and its plants, and with everything going on right now, I think it's really empowering to just be able to do something to improve your health. You know, if you can find some way to improve your health and prevent yourself from being in a situation where you have to go to the hospital, that's going to be ideal. And, you know, plants have been around, we know they've always been around, right, pretty much. So there's a lot of wisdom from ancient times about how these plants can be used to heal the human body, different illnesses. Whether they're applied externally or internally. And so if that's interested in you, I'm not a herbal medicine doctor or anything, but I'm just someone who does my own research to figure out what might be of use for myself. And, a lot of the medications that are around, the active ingredient in that medication came from a plant somewhere, or is a derivative of that plant. So, it's being used in the medicine, nowadays. So, but if you want to, I want to talk about something called a decoction. I'm sure we've all had tea before, where we steep the tea, we infuse the tea. That's one way to take in plants into your body. A decoction is when it's going to allow you to treat something, a little bit more chronic, or when you need more of that plant medicine. So it's going to be a lot larger dose, and you're going to actually put it in a saucepan with a quart of water. It could be like an ounce of material, and you're going to not boil it, but just simmer it real low and let that water evaporate. And then until it gets about half reduced, you can add more water into that and then continue simmering it until you reduce it again. And then after that, you can strain it, and that's typically good for 24 hours or so, and you drink it throughout the day. And it's just a lot more potent, a lot easier for it to get into your body. So, do your own research. If you know a herbal doctor, reach out to them. There's a lot of chronic conditions that can be treated with herbs. So it's another alternative outside of the mainstream medical establishment to look into. Thank you.
Hey everybody, I'm Bob Joe, you can call me DJ. Forgive me, I wrote this in 10 minutes before I was done with work today, so if I reference my phone, I just want to make a few points clear. I'm going to talk about not just why cryptocurrency is good, but why we need to use it in the counter economy. And I'm going to tell you how we can do that after this event. The reason that it's so important to use cryptocurrency as a payment for goods and services, we already know the value of the US dollar has taken a dramatic trajectory towards obsolescence just in the last few years, and even longer than that, thanks to the damaging effects of the Fed. Now we see it being worth even less, thanks to the things that have been going on the last 18 months. Well, no thanks anyway. And of course, artificial inflation doesn't help matters. And it seems almost ridiculous to maintain relationships with banks at this point if you're not already quitting banks. It seems like something that people are doing a lot of. On a little bit of a side note, did you know that pot roast was a food of immigrants that came here to New England, Pennsylvania, and the Midwest because it was a cheaper, tougher cut of meat. And the reason it was so popular was because it was more economical. Took a little longer to cook, but it was worth it. It is delicious. Also, it's my superfood, but that's just a side note. Well, I paid almost $8 a pound for a pot roast recently, and that's atrocious. And so, anyway, that's just one small example of the result of this hyper artificial, unnecessary inflation. Where Bitcoin's current value is at its second highest ever, and the decline of the dollar is perfectly juxtaposed in the opposite direction against Bitcoin's incredible value increase. It's currently worth, well, last time I checked my wallet, it was worth $57,000 for one Bitcoin. Just refreshing right now, just to make sure. Because it's very volatile, it goes up and down just every second. Still $57,000. Anyway. All the while, the decline of the US dollar has been perfectly juxtaposed against the Bitcoin opposite direction trajectory. The Ethereum is also worth almost $4,000 per. If your business is online or going to be online, it would behoove you to be able to accept cryptocurrency as an additional payment option, in addition to whatever traditional banking methods that you're using. The reason for that is because traditional banking is tied to the corrupt and tyrannical state. Cryptocurrency's main benefit is that it takes away from the monopolistic power, I practiced that one, of the central banks, and it also evades extortion. Plus, now that millions of people are using cryptocurrency every day for many aspects of their lives, it now realizes the properties of real money more than ever before. With cryptocurrency, you also have complete control. Your buyers can trust doing business with you because of the way that it works relies on decentralized yet verified ledgers, which are public but also anonymous. Accepting cryptocurrency for your goods and services is a great way to practice entrepreneurship that actively does business outside of the corrupt purview of the state. If you're interested in learning how your online store can accept cryptocurrency, the only prerequisite I have for you is that your website is running WordPress, and I can help you with the rest. See me after the event, and you can sign up for a personal invite for a webinar. If you haven't filled out the clipboard that's going around and put Crypto for Web next to your name, you can still see me, and I'll just add you to my mailing list. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would leave the card, so Ann, please grab a card. Come say hi sometime.
So before Felicia comes up, Shay has a few words that she wants to say.
Hi, my name is Shay. I just wanted to say, if anybody has heard of James Corbett, he's a brilliant historian and media interpreter and a great friend of Derek's, it seems. So he's giving a course on the history of mass media. It is a little spendy because it's through this renegade university online. But you can join his website for like $1 a month, James Corbett's website. And then you get 1 credit free of this 3-credit course. Just want people to know, in case you're interested, it's going to be some top-notch info. Help you interpret the media, although it sounds like everybody's a step ahead of most here. Thank you.
Before I begin my presentation, I just want to say kudos to you because I avoided going to the hospital for the most recent colon infection that I had by drinking 2 tablespoons of wormwood tea in the morning and at night. And I immediately felt the turnaround, and it was bad. I was going to have to go to the hospital again like I had in the past, so it does work. Okay, so my presentation today, I want to start asking you a question. If I told you, or if we talked about powerful people, what is it about those powerful people that makes them powerful? What could you think of that makes someone powerful in the United States or in the world?
Connections. Money.
Connections, money, anything
Influence.
else? Information and influence. Okay, those are all amazing. What was that? What? Oh, bloodlines. I don't know much about that, but it could be. And so, yeah, money, connections, and influence. The one I really want to focus in on is money. Now, if I told you I was super powerful, would you think I have tons of money? You might. But the thing I want to say today is that what is money? I mean, some of us work, and we work for the things that we need. For example, a homesteader works for the food that he needs to eat. But some of us, most of us, I think, probably use our blood and sweat to work for money. So I want to talk about money today. So how many of you invest? Okay, now how many of you have a bank account? Everybody almost. So if you have a bank account, you are an investor. Now, why is that? Because all of these banks are using our deposits that they have on file to invest in things. And do you know what your bank is investing your deposits in? This is an important question that we need to ask today. This is one. What do you say? Yeah. And it's one of the easiest transition steps we can take to changing our communities and changing our state. And changing our state is one of the most important things I think we can do. So voting with our dollar in the marketplace is super easy. And so many of us appreciate that government and business corruption is a problem, right? Yet we continue to vote with our money or our blood and sweat for the very banks and companies and things that facilitate and engage in these corrupt practices. Okay, so who's making these, who's making the digital infrastructure for these vaccine passports? These are big corporations that have to be funded by someone. You know, someone has to put up the money to pay the people that are coding and developing these applications. So we need to know. We need to go to our banks and ask questions like, what percentage of deposits do they loan locally versus reinvesting in national or international money markets, right? So how do we do this? Okay, the first and easiest way to do this is to go to nnfan.org/banking, where I have created a page where you can find a list of all state-chartered banks and credit unions in the state of Minnesota. And those state-chartered institutions are your friend, and they are the stepping stone to changing our financial landscape. Why? One reason is that a local bank is a bank that operates within your local area and is primarily owned or controlled by people who live within your local area. A regional bank is one that operates in your state and a few other states and is owned or controlled by people based in those states. So banks that operate as state-chartered banks or credit unions are in-state depositories, and therefore they're less likely to be affected by international banking crises. So if you go to nnfan.org, you'll see 2 things. Find your state-chartered bank, find your state-chartered credit union, and then what you want to do
And then start talking to people that you know. Find a bank rating service online, talk to local CPAs or attorneys, and ask them which local banks or credit unions, state chartered, do they like or do they trust? Okay, then this is the hardest step, is visiting the institution. So I just did this a few weeks ago with my closest credit union, that's state chartered, and I interviewed the branch manager. She was pretty surprised. I had all of these interesting questions for her, the one of which I told you in the beginning, which was, what percentage of deposits do you loan locally versus reinvesting in national or international money markets? Okay, so a lot of other questions that you can find on a questionnaire on the same page. You can download it. It's called Download the Questionnaire for Your Bank. There's about 20 or 30 questions on this questionnaire. So what I want to do with everyone here is crowdsource this information, because I can't interview 7 banks, right? It's hard enough to just interview one. So I think that we could connect online on Telegram. I'm on Telegram a lot, and I created a group called Real Money Minnesota. So let's say I interview Truestone and you interview Spire. And then we crowdsource that information and we say, hey, are these owners on the level? What percentage are they investing locally? Do they live in our community? We got to know the answers to these questions. And if we can share that information, we can choose which banks and credit unions we want to use more quickly. So who is going to go to mnfan.org/banking tonight and download the list of banks and credit unions and the questionnaire and pick which bank you're going to go interview next week? All right. So I call on 480,000 Minnesotans to do this in the next 3 months. I think that we could do this. And so if we all transitioned our deposits to these institutions, got away from the corporations like Chase Bank, US Bank, who are doing things with our money that we don't want them to do, we are going to stop building this prison that we have been building for decades, which is the structure that they're using to build this new world of control. And the International Bank of Settlements, I think I'm getting that name correct, they want to track us. They want to track us through all of our digital transactions. And I believe in cryptocurrencies and doing all cash in the system just in case. So my second part of my presentation here is to ask everyone to use cash on Fridays. You've heard that there's coin shortages and all these crazy things happening. They want to track us every which way that they can. And if we can keep cash in the system, we are maintaining one way that we can be free here in our local neighborhood and our state. So who's going to use cash this Friday? Always. All right. Please. Thank you very much. Everybody go over my time. I didn't time myself, so have a lovely day.
Last but not least is Nathan.
So I'm usually better behind the screen typing than I wrote this, so I don't know over. Okay. So my name is Nathan Dyer from Twin Cities Freedom Cells, among many others daily. You guys ever need help with... Can you talk a little louder? Oh, sure. You guys ever need help optimizing your Telegram groups with Freedom Cells? You know, I'm your guy. For this solution showcase, I'll be presenting how protests expose problems, but it is with agoras within there that we can provide solutions to the public. In each ancient Greek city-state, the agora was its center, the public space surrounded by all aspects of society, the temples, government centers. This is the reason I chose the word agora to best symbolize my solutions concept. The word also has very few modern connotations that the corporate media could manipulate the public with by false associations and or placing it into the propaganda narrative. For almost 2 years, Protests have torn down walls, exposing tyrants as parasites to humanity, and warning civilization of its inevitable destruction should it continue to host them. But protests are only reactive, not proactive. The fact you can rant and scream every day in front of the state is proof that protests aren't threats to power. If anything, these sadomasochists view your fear as consent and your cries as allegiance to their abuse. A protester tells you what happens if you stay in line, but doesn't lead you away on a new path. Even when a protester has torn down every wall, the public is still left without a bridge to a free society away from totalitarian slavery. The pre-2019 society has already been destroyed. So people are either going to flow into what we build or the so-called Great Reset's fourth industrial revolution. An agora at the rallies through hosting its own independent commerce, education like showcases, and services like health clinics on site at rallies, provides both to the protester and the passerby public the means through which the rally defangs the beast and the agora starves it. And that is what these perpetrators, these architects of the Great Reset, fear, which is the absence of a victim to abuse. Imagine what happens when you stop begging for the past in front of capitals, turn around and start building for the future. Suddenly, a protest is no longer a critique. A protest becomes a creatorship. The public is no longer just hearing recycled rhetoric. The public is now experiencing solutions firsthand in their daily life. They are even welcome there to join as co-creators. It is not enough anymore to simply have your hands carry signs. Your hands must start carrying tools, both figuratively and literally. You may find that the promised land of milk and honey, which has to be first cultivated by you amongst fire and brimstone. Today's networking and presentations at this event are just a preview of what we can achieve. But it is only made into reality when we are building it in public and offering the passerby public to exit with us.
Yes.
This presentation isn't to outline an agora's every detail and scenario, but rather to prompt your own thoughts on how to best lay its foundation in your own area and your own local rallies. At the time of presenting this, we are witnessing what could best be described not as the Great Reset, but as the Great Retreat. A grab for total power is the last act of total desperation. Not in 2,000 years of human civilization have puppet masters been so sudden and desperate to yank the strings of their puppets. In doing so, people like us have had their strings cut off from their theater. Remember that they wouldn't be cutting you off from their system unless you are a direct threat to their system. For the first time in this world's history, every person on earth has the same decision to make and fully aware of each choice's consequences. To sacrifice yourself to a dying beast that can only offer your children a future Stone Age, or bury that beast under the bridge that we will go into. For technical details and example scenarios your local agoras may experience at rallies, we can start laying down the concrete by connecting and networking at t.me/MNAGORAS. Oh, well, I'll leave it on the table too. But for any listeners, t.me/MNAGORAS. There one. Have a great day and great day tomorrow.
Sorry, my bad. There was one person I missed, and Linda would like to say a few words.
Okay, I'll make it quick, everybody. Hi, my name's Linda. Hello, beautiful souls. This is gorgeous. You're all so beautiful right now. Okay, I have some, my mission in life right now is, I had a near-death experience about 14 years ago. But I'm blessed, I'm still here. I learned to read, talk, and read, and all the fun things that we have to take to do. This is the first book I wrote when I was a child. And I'm an optimistic person, and all of my books have two things. They have love, positivity, and sometimes humor, and whimsy. So, and I didn't do the illustration on this one, but I feel like a lot of kids are going to be moved from government schools. They're going to be homeschooled, they're going to be unschooled, and that's our future. Because children come here in the world to teach us. That's how I feel it. So everything I have is like age appropriate. My images, everything, the words. And then this one is just a story. It's about my son and I. He was with me when he was 5 and had a stroke, almost died. But it has a lot of humor in it, and whimsy, and positivity, because I've learned that 54% of the kids in our country alone live with a chronic disease. That's our future. So I feel that, coming from healthcare, no longer, that's not my reality anymore. So I just feel deeply that it's important for kids to have healthy books to read. And I don't have a website yet, I apologize, but in the future I'll dress them in character, and I'll have short stories to share. There'll be small fees for the parents if they want to do this, and then I'll read to their children when they're tired or want to break, if they don't want to read the books, or don't want to buy the books themselves. But anyway, that's my share.
So everybody who presented today, thanks a lot. I know that was hard. It was hard for me. You guys did a great job, and I guess I'd like to direct your attention to the front of the room, and Dave's going to take over. And everybody can move around or do what you got to do. So thanks.
There we go. Check 1, 2. Testing. Check 1, 2. Test. Check. We saw MasterCard Discover. Check. 1, 2. Test. There we go. Check. Let there be sound. Check 1, 2. Testing. 1, 2. Welcome everyone. Check. Welcome. Testing. We're gonna start here in just about 2 minutes here, folks. 2 minutes. All right, check 1, 2. Testing. Levels are looking good. Check. Testing. Visa, MasterCard, Diners Club, EBT, Bitcoin, Doge, Monero. Check. Cash. Check. 1, 2. How you doing, Scott? Good to see you. No checks. Okay, yeah. Rubber checks. No. Okay, I think we're good.
Rubber checks are the worst.
Everyone, go ahead and just grab a seat here. And All right. Welcome to Mask Off Monday, everyone. How are y'all doing? Wonderful. I'm doing wonderful. Wasn't that an amazing solution showcase? Give them up for a nice round of applause for the solution showcase right there. Our Twin Cities Freedom Cells. That was incredible. That was incredible. So, welcome to Mask Off Monday. And I just want to start us off here by this amazing fact. The U.S. has now spent $9 trillion on COVID. That equates to $2.9 million per COVID hospitalization. Wow. I mean, let that sink in. Let that sink in, folks. Read that carefully. Let that sink in. And Minnesota Department of Health is adding up the new COVID cases for the month. And if you can see, 248 plus 208 equals 4416. That's how they do it there, the Minnesota Department of Health. That's how they do it. All right, and I just want to point out, I think we're actually getting noticed by a certain person who happens to be a governor of a certain state that we happen to live in. So this was actually sent to one of our members' mothers, actually, and she took a picture of it, and as you can see, it's from Tim Walz's campaign, and it says, "Dear friend, we've had a significant development in our re-election campaign for governor. Anti-vaccine activists have rallied around my opponent, Republican Scott Jensen. Jensen calls himself a doctor, although he's sure he doesn't act like a person who follows the best practices of medicine or believes in science. The state medical board is even investigating him for the 4th time for spreading misinformation about COVID-19. He's not vaccinated himself and doesn't recommend many of his patients get vaccinated. How dare him? How dare him? I can't believe that. Jensen has grown a large natural following on social media by promoting conspiracy theories about COVID-19, claiming masks don't work, calling Anthony Fauci a liar, and leading a lawsuit to ban kids from getting vaccines in the future. Actually, I don't see anything wrong with that. He recently had more engagement on Facebook than Governors Ron DeSantis of Florida and Greg Abbott of Texas. Now these online supporters have answered Scott Jensen's call for help in the governor's race. Right-wing extremists have been fueling his campaign with over $1 million in donations, yet they're all right-wing extremist folks. Scott Jensen is becoming the face of the anti-vaccine movement. I'm writing to ask you to give us the resources to push back." And it says right here on the Fox 9 headline, "Group rallies against vaccine mandates at the Minnesota State Capitol." Well, that group happened to be us. Us. Now, I came across this quick video clip, and I just want you to, and please no booing, all right, no booing. Please just listen to what this doctor says.
Hello, I'm Dr. Edith Bratcher-Sanchez. I am speaking to you from New York today, and I got vaccinated to protect myself, to protect my family, my community, and the little baby that I have on the way that you can't see on camera. I completely understand the fear and the concerns that arise when you talk about fertility. As you're feeling that fear, I would say let's pause and let's take a second to remember that these two things are completely separate. Getting vaccinated against COVID-19, it's really not going to interfere with your fertility. The other thing that I would say, and patients and friends and family ask me all the time, is, well, how do we know that we don't have chemicals that are going to harm fertility in these vaccines? And I understand that question as well. We also have to remember that we didn't just wake up one day and decide to put a bunch of chemicals in a vaccine and then put it in people's bodies. No, these were things that were being studied, that have been studied for years and years and years, that we know are safe, that we know don't interfere with the body's normal responses, including fertility. So again, I understand the word chemicals, and anyone who tries to tell you that this interferes with fertility is going to scare you. But let's again remember that there is a process and that we have a lot of experience with these things before we ever think about putting it in anyone's body. And I'll tell you personally, on a personal note, having read all the science, having looked at the studies, having looked at the ingredients, I chose to get vaccinated as I was hoping to get pregnant. It just so happened that I got my first dose, and I said to my husband, listen, there's really no reason to wait here. This vaccine is safe, I feel confident. Let's start trying. And it just so happened to get pregnant between the first and the second dose. So listen, I know that this really, really does not interfere with fertility. I am very pregnant right now. You can't see it because you're seeing me from here up. But I can tell you it absolutely does not interfere with fertility.
All right, so there's that doctor. Now, what's funny is she must have missed the insert for the Pfizer Comirnaty vaccine, because right in the insert here, which by the way is right there at the bottom of the screen, fda.gov/media/blah blah blah. This is a real paper from the document here. And if you look in section 8.1 specifically on pregnancy, look at the bottom there. It says available data on Comirnaty administered to pregnant women are insufficient to inform vaccine-associated risks in pregnancy. So I mean that is right from the FDA themselves. And if we keep on reading on, this is 8.2 in the lactation section. It says it is not known whether Comirnaty is excreted in human milk. Data are not available to assess the effects of Comirnaty on the breastfed infant or on milk production excretion. The development and health benefits of breastfeeding should be considered along with the mother's clinical need for Comirnaty and any potential adverse effects of the breastfed child from Comirnaty. So isn't it funny? She acts like this. It doesn't say this at all. She acts like this insert from the vaccine doesn't say that at all. Now, also interesting is the New England Journal of Medicine had to do a little correction. They published a correction. They now admit that there is no evidence that the vaccines are safe for pregnant women. Whoops! Took them 1 month to respond to the group. Look for the number 1 at the very top of the page. So if we actually click on this study in the New England Journal of Medicine, right in the very top it says a correction has been published. And of course you click that and it does actually say what the correction is. Now, actually some interesting analysis here, because they're still kind of tricking us with numbers here, the whole lying with statistics thing. And if you actually read the screenshot here, it makes it pretty clear. And by the way, you can look at all this by that link. Don't trust us, just actually look for yourself on that link when you get home. So the denominator of spontaneous abortion, less than 20 weeks, was 827. All right, but 700 participants vaccinated in the 3rd trimester. Therefore, they shouldn't be included in the less than 20-week category, which drastically changes the risk of miscarriage in the 1st trimester from 104 out of 827 to 104 out of 127. Yeah, minor detail there. And here it is right here. So if you actually look closely, and I know it's on the screen, it's probably tough for you to see, but we'll make these slides available to you folks later if you want, and you can check out this study for yourself. But you'll see right there, a total of 700 participants received the first eligible dose in the 3rd trimester. But if you look closely at how they word that there, and as this gentleman points out here, it really is 104 out of 127 in the less than 20-week category. But don't be fooled by that. And now let's take a look at that doctor. You remember that doctor? She was very confident, right? Oh yeah, you should definitely get it. You should definitely get it. She's very confident. I went to her website. And her website looks more like she's a social media star than anything else. It's very strange, actually. So that's her name, Edith Bracco Sanchez, MD. And here's about me, standard website, right? Looks good. And what do you know? Oh wow, she's a CNN contributing writer and on-air talent. And CNN, they would never lie to us, right? I don't think CNN would ever lie to us, But it does get worse. Here's another example. This was another person, a doctor, and she says on her Twitter, which has now been deleted, or actually it's been put onto private mode so you can't see it. I was so relieved to get vaccinated for COVID-19 while I was pregnant this year, and to have some reassurance that I'm sharing my immune protections with my newborn now through breastfeeding. Happy to chat with expectant moms about questions if you're feeling hesitant. All right, so anyone here feeling hesitant? Well, let's go ahead and fast forward to 3 months later. Yesterday, my littlest one passed away unexpectedly and suddenly at 2.5 months. We don't have answers on how or why, but if you have little ones at home, give them an extra squeeze today. Well, gosh, I wonder what could have possibly done that? Just saying, just something to consider. And if you actually go to VAERS, a lot of people don't even know about VAERS, the Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System. A lot of medical professionals are just learning about VAERS for the first time, even though it's been around forever. What's crazy, if you actually type into the VAERS search box there, if you type in, that you're looking for the vaccine, the COVID-19 vaccine, and if you're looking for symptoms specifically of abortion complete or abortion spontaneous, look at this, folks. In the age category of 17 to 44 years, They have so far 1,016 spontaneous abortions after getting the COVID-19 vaccine. So yeah, I'm sure it's totally safe. And that actually means it's working. Okay, no, that was very bad. But I mean, it's so wrong to me that she's going on social media and posting all this stuff and saying, oh no, don't worry, folks, it's safe, you know. But let's go ahead and let's put the lights back on. Well, actually, no, yeah, let's put the lights back on. Who's been to a previous Mask Off Monday meeting before? Raise your hand, please. All right, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Oh yeah, let there be light. And now, who is here for the first time to a Mask Off Monday meeting? What's up? Welcome. Raise the roof for our newbies here. Look at this crowd. Wow, this might be our largest crowd we've had here, actually. This is really large. All right, so you guys are awesome. Welcome, everyone. And who we are Mask Off Minnesota. We're an independent, nonpartisan activist group. All right, we are powered by people. We're powered by you. That's why, by the way, we have the donations box in the back. We do kindly ask if you have the means to leave us donation. Putting on these events, unfortunately, is not free. We wish it was. And our mission is to educate people on the falsehoods surrounding COVID-19, to inspire people to stand against coercion without fear, and to rally for health freedom, rightfully staying with individuals and families. Never again will we allow ourselves to be used as pawns for political maneuvering and power. That is our mission. And folks, please remember, it's not just about the mask. I have to go over this every single time, almost every single day, because our name is Mask Off Minnesota. They always say, oh, it's about the mask, about the mask. No, it's not just about the mask. We're against the lockdowns of small businesses. We're against the mandated injections. We're against worthless socialist distancing. We're against the PCR test that the inventor himself says should not be used for medical diagnosis. We're against the fear-mongering and collusion of the MDH and the media. We're against the lies of putting fake outbreaks on youth sports. We're against the knowing signs on the doors, the insulting stickers on the floors, and of course the temperature checks at restaurants and gyms. We're against all that stuff. We're definitely against masking children at school. That's definitely something we're really against here, is masking children at school. And yeah, we're against basically all the nonsense of all this, okay? So that's where we stand with that. And please, folks, mark your calendars. We have a lot of important events coming up here. Next week, a week from tonight, is Unmask Your Children Workshop with Nicole right there. Yes! Our resident attorney, Nicole, a resident freedom-fighting attorney, Nicole, and mother. She'll be doing a little workshop for us here a week from tonight at the same room right here. So if you have if you have children in school that are being masked and all this other nonsense, please make sure to join us next Monday. The following Monday, who wants to have a Halloween party? Yeah, we're going to have a Halloween party. We're going to have it here October 25th. There's not going to be any official meeting. We're just going to have a good time. All right, just going to have a good time. Bring us all together. Have a good time. All right, and then November 1st, we have a special guest speaker, Cicely Davis. And she is running against Ilhan Omar, I believe. Okay, so we're going to have her speak to our group and tell us what she thinks about medical freedom. Medical health freedom. All right, so that has come up, so make sure to mark those down. All right, and our community continues to grow. It's amazing. And when we first started off, it was me, Dr. Matt, and 5 ladies in the group. It was like literally 7 people in our first meeting, and now we have a meeting like this. So it's pretty impressive if you ask me. All right, we're looking at, I mean, seriously, it's got to be at least 150 here, maybe even close to 200 people. So you guys are amazing. You guys, we are constantly being deplatformed on the social media platforms, so you have to be on our email newsletter list. That's the most important thing to be on. So maskoffmn.org/newsletter. Really, really important. We've been shut down by Vimeo. We've been shut down by Facebook. And some other ones I'm sure I can't think of at the moment. And then anytime we've been shut down on any of these platforms. So if you're relying only to hear about our meetings and whatnot, our events by social media, that's not a very good strategy. Please make sure you join our other communities right here listed. They're all on the website, of course, as well. Now, anyone hear about our Happy Hour with the Doctors event last Sunday? Anyone? Yeah, it was pretty amazing, right? We had about 500 people, sold out crowd, downtown Minneapolis, and none of us got mugged. It was amazing. It was amazing. We got a lot of emails about that. All right, so we had awesome speakers here. This was Dr. Bob. Anyone heard of Dr. Bob? Yep. He's pretty famous in our freedom fight here. We have a bunch of awesome speakers there, including our own Dr. Matt. Yeah! All right. Dr. Jensen, and a bunch of guys. But you can see here in the pictures, actually maybe let's flip the lights really quick so you guys can see these pictures better. I didn't realize how bad it is to see. Because you guys see, we're going to flip through these pictures really quick. I just want to make sure you can see them here. All right, so there's Dr. Bob. I'm just going to flip through. You're going to see all the smiles, all the fun we had. That's what we do here at Mask Off. We have fun, all right? We had surprise entertainment, the Brooklyn Park Drum Corps. My heart was pounding after their performance. My heart was pounding. And so are my eardrums. All right. We also had Novalee and Jackson, our young freedom fighters right there. I think they actually, once again, they stole the show. I'm not going to lie. I think they stole the show. But you can see all the fun we had. It was amazing. There's Dr. Jensen right there. There's Mark from Stop the Mandate. And don't forget, we also have Mask Off Kids. So once again, if you have kids in school, check out the resources here. MaskOffKidsMN.org has a bunch of scientific studies that prove kids belong in school, not virtual, and without masks, and without experimental injections. All right. Folks, we need your help. We are powered by people, so please consider volunteering your time. Please consider donating if you can. That's maskoffmn.org/volunteer, maskoffmn.org/donate. And by the way, if you want to be a super spreader of truth, you can add our Facebook frame to your Facebook profile, all right? And you can do that simply by going to maskoffmn.org/frame. And if you can't see, that's a very nice picture of Commissioner Malcolm right there wearing our shirt, all right? She's definitely wearing our shirt, and that's not photoshopped. Okay, it is, okay. All right, well, I am going to make a couple special announcements here, actually, before we bring up the main, the main event here. So actually, let's flip the lights back on if we could. And then I was just informed about this. This is happening tomorrow in the city of Northfield, Minnesota. A gathering of Northfielders who oppose current COVID-related mandates. Tuesday, October 12th, 5:30 p.m., Cherry Park Shelter, 220 Cherry Street in Northfield, Minnesota. And I think Northfield is actually south, right? Isn't Northfield south? Okay, yeah, isn't that funny? Northfield is actually south. And by the way, we also do have some amazingly awesome official Mask Off MN t-shirts available for purchase for $20 donations, basically. All right, and we have all sorts of different sizes. Oh, they're soft and they're cuddly, and you can wear. You can be a super spreader of truth. All right, just like Jan right there, just like Jan. All right, and I think with that, we're going to go and fly to our presentation. I'm really excited about this. This gentleman's been touring the country with this special, as you can see over here, the activation tour right there. Let's give a nice round of applause for Derek Rose.
Hey guys, thanks for being here with us. I'm gonna come around front with this. And before I do that, I just want to say thank you to everybody who's here. I think we have 100+ people here so far. I went out to the parking lot. It's full. It's pretty crazy there.
Yeah!
So I want to tell you briefly about what we're doing for those who might not be familiar with my work, the activation tour. And then first we're going to hear from my partner Miriam. She's going to share some ideas with you, lead through a short guided meditation. Our buddy Ramiro back there is going to talk to you about privacy phones, how to get off big tech. In case you came here to only talk about the problems and not solutions, surprise, you're in for some solutions. Anybody come here to hear about solutions tonight? Woo! Good. You're in the right place. So we're going to talk all about that tonight. So the activation tour, we've been on the road now since the beginning of September. Myself and Miriam and Ramiro just joined us for this leg. We were in Iowa last night, in Oklahoma the night before. We're going to be on the road the rest of this month, traveling the Midwest and the East Coast. And basically every city we visit, we're trying to do a number of things. We call the first part, what we did today was the Solutions Showcase, is part of what we call Community Action Days. So in some cities, we've been volunteering at community gardens, we've been planting trees, cleaning up parks, we've gone out and done protests and rallies and spreading information, much like Mask Off does. And the point is to, for one, lead by example, but also to encourage folks like yourself to come out and get involved, right? Sometimes people maybe don't come out for every event, but if they hear we're coming to town, they get excited and come out. And then that gives you guys all an opportunity to meet new folks. Is anybody looking around and here, or they're meeting new friends? Because that's another big part. We do have ideas to share with you, but more important than what we're sharing, I think, is to make sure that you guys make connections here tonight. And that if anybody doesn't feel like they're plugged in to Mask Off or some of the Freedom Cells and some of the other groups, please connect with each other. Because tomorrow, we're headed to Chicago, and then we're going on. But what really matters is what you guys do here, locally. And so it's been really inspiring. We've been traveling the road, and we've been doing these community action days. We've been sharing meditation. I'm giving a presentation that I'm going to share with you guys tonight called This is What We're Facing, and This is What We Can Do About It, with a heavy emphasis on what we can do about it. Because most of us, I believe, probably understand the various situations we're facing right now. But we'll talk about that in a bit. And it's been wonderful, guys. I want to let you know, in case you came here tonight under any doubt that you are not alone. This is your reminder, friends. It's not a cliche. You truly are not alone. Look around this room alone and see how many other people like yourself. And the beauty is, we hear the propaganda. We're all right-wing extremists, right? But clearly, if we went around and if we got to know each other, we probably would see maybe we all don't fit under that label so nice and neatly like they'd like us to believe, right? Maybe, despite our differences, we all do have a lot more in common, right? And I think many of us are starting to recognize that. So that's what this event tonight is about. We really appreciate you guys being here with us. Just to kind of give you a heads up, Miriam's going to talk and do the meditation for about 30 minutes. Ramiro's going to talk for about 30 minutes, and I'll be coming up after that. I have a pretty in-depth presentation. Pull out your notepads and pens and phones, and let's get to know each other. After that, please come visit us at our table. Sign up for our email list. We're going to be giving away a privacy phone as well. Ramiro will tell you more about that. Let's get to know each other. We're here in town tonight. We're here at your disposal. How can we help you? How can we support you guys? Thank you so much for being here. Please give a round of applause for Miriam.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here today. If anything, give yourselves a round of applause, because do you guys see how much goodness y'all are doing here? Obviously you see it, but for me, this is something very special. This is something that, we're traveling the country and we go to some cities where it's just 5, 15 people, 20 people. And look at you guys. Look at this. This is amazing. This is what a lot of people around the country, around the world, this is what people across the nation, across the world wish that they could have, And I honestly don't see any reason why you guys are not going to continue to grow like wildfire here in Minnesota. The only things that keep us from growing really are ourselves. If that makes sense to you. We have that little internal world, right? That little internal voice inside our heads that we're constantly communicating with, that's constantly talking in there, right? And sometimes it's saying, hey, who are you to speak in front of people? Hey, what makes you think that you're capable of that? Hey, you're not beautiful enough. You're not capable. That's terrifying. Don't do that. Why would you want to go? Why would you do that? That's terrifying. Don't. No. Hey, no, that's outside our comfort zone. Let's not go there. Right? Whew. And I feel like it's really time to make that voice our best friend, right? So what I'm really here to talk about is tools for taking radical responsibility for our own health, whether that's our physical bodies, our mental health, our spiritual health, our emotional health. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but in the past year and a half, mental health has just declined. So many people committing suicide, children dealing with depression, adults, so many more people dealing with depression, and that's not okay. I don't know about you, but in the past year, I did feel the fear of what was going on. I didn't know what was going on, right? And then you see in the news that you see people in China dropping dead in the middle of the streets. Like, what are you supposed to think about? Like, I mean, after so many years of not knowing that you can't believe the government and the mainstream media, just like, they're capable of that. So yeah, that could be what's happening, right? Obviously, it was a lot of fear mongering, and it worked. And now we're visiting people across the nation, and in Portland, people are tremoring in fear of, like, why don't you guys care? Why don't you wear a face mask? People are traumatized because of this whole thing. And I like to remind us that we're all acting out of care. Some people say, why don't you care? I don't understand. We're all acting out of care. And even people who are totally afraid of COVID and have bought into all of this, right? That's the sad thing, though, is that they feel like the power is outside of them. Where in reality, we hold the power for our own health, that responsibility, right? When we take action to realize, when we start learning and we start realizing that, wait a minute, I have the intelligence that Creator has given me into my body. I have that innate immune system. Right? Oh wait, we have that intelligence in nature. We have herbs. We have food. We have nature even to just go walk into, and that heals. That brings the stress levels down. That helps with the nervous system, right? That's so important. We don't need them. We don't need them in any way. Whenever I say them, I'm talking about the predator class. Can y'all understand that? I'm sure you do. Yeah. So yeah, this is just about responsibility, right? And I want to let you know, if you haven't already noticed, that you guys have all the tools you possibly need here in this room right now and internally to do anything and everything that you guys are trying to accomplish. Whether that's your health, whether that's the community's food supply, all those different things. You guys have all those tools right here. I was listening to all the things that y'all are sharing over there. It's amazing. Y'all have passion. Y'all have fire inside of you, and you guys are informed, and you guys are connecting with each other. This is really beautiful. I'm really excited for you, and I look forward to visiting again and seeing how far y'all have come. But I talk about meditation because that's one of those tools that comes in, and I might sound, okay, so some of you guys hear meditation. Maybe you don't know what it is, you don't understand it. Maybe it goes over your head. It's like, oh, that's some hippie stuff, right? Oh, why would I sit down and do absolutely nothing with my life? What good is that gonna do? So I wanna ask you to keep your mind open. At some point you had your mind open to learn about COVID and to learn about all the conspiracies. They're not theories of the world, right? So let's keep a mind open today and learn a little bit about meditation if you haven't already. Like I said, it's a tool, and this tool is very simple. It's something that you can do almost anywhere, and it's something that can help ripple out in your life peace, relief, attention, more focus, healing if you have chronic disease. It helps with that, right? It really does help in every level. The physical body, emotional body, and I say this because, or I point to my heart and to my belly because we usually feel emotions there most of the time. And our spiritual, and spiritual can mean to God, if you're religious, creator, the divine, source, whatever your personal connection. It can provide a moment to just deepen that connection, right? And meditation can be as simple as, yes, sitting down. Sometimes, whenever you come across it, this is what you see, the Buddha, right? And it can totally be that, but it doesn't have to. You can be walking, going to the grocery store, right? You just stop the car. Now you're just being mindful. This is what meditation can be. Just walking to the store and just breathing. Checking in with your nervous system, checking in with your body, checking in with the tension maybe, checking in with yourself mentally. How are you doing today? You can be, for those of us that have children, I don't have children, for those of you that have children, maybe you don't have time to just sit down, right, and meditate for 30 minutes or whatever. So maybe washing dishes. Have you guys ever heard the term become the dishwasher? So just checking in with your posture. Oh my God, I've been so stressed. I've been hunched over today. Okay, open up the shoulders. Breathe deeply and wash those dishes and become the dishwasher. Do a damn good job, Be proud of yourself. And then go on with your life. Does anybody here do exercise? That can be your meditation. If you lift weights, you don't want to hurt yourself, right? And if you've been trained before, then you know that you got to move with your breath. So you move with your breath, you check your posture, you're doing it, you're not hurting yourself, and that's being mindful, that's meditative in a way. You can do running meditation. You can do just putting some music on some meditative music, and just following your breath, whether you're lying in bed or on a chair or wherever, and just kind of following your breath and noticing if your body's relaxing, where your body's at. Following your thoughts and observing them. So a lot of people think that in meditation, you're trying to clear your mind. That's not the goal. Because how many of us think 24/7 all day long? I know I do. And sometimes it's good thoughts, sometimes it's bad thoughts, or harsh thoughts, critical thoughts, whatever it is, right? So what we're doing is just observing them and letting them be. And that way we just become more aware. We're literally creating like a parallel world to the structures that are already there, that the predator class has set up. Education. We're doing homeschooling now, world schooling. Health. A lot of people are getting fired from their jobs, nurses and all that. And now there's new institutions. One of you guys were talking about that earlier, starting a place where there's like health providers there and stuff. That's so amazing. That's so amazing. That's so cool. But yeah, like parallel structures, a parallel like world. And it's really beautiful, right? People are going to see this, and those out there, unfortunately, getting vaccinated, buying into all this, they're going to see all of us, and we're growing delicious organic food. We're happy. We're fulfilled. We're at ease. And all our needs are met, and we're in community. The children are growing up super amazing. Like, they don't have to go through everything that we went through in the usual educational systems. And it's something quite beautiful, and I'm really thankful to be a part of that. But yeah, meditation. So I want to guide us through a meditation, if I may. It's something basic and something that you can do, like I said, wherever you're at. And those of you that are standing, if you want to grab a chair, go for it. If not, that's totally fine. You can be standing during this whole thing. So I'm going to go ahead and sit with you. Go ahead and get comfortable in your chair. Maybe you're slouched over. Go ahead and pick yourself back up. If your legs are crossed over, maybe uncross them. And if you'd like, you can bring your back off your chair and find your balance there. Or if you like the support, go ahead and lean back. Bringing down the nervous system is a really good goal to have here, right? We're talking about the immune system the whole past year and a half, and that helps your immune system dramatically. We're talking about mental health, and it helps your mental health dramatically. Just doing that, just relaxing your body, truly. So go ahead and check in and make sure your shoulders are back. Your chest is open. You're not forcing it, just resting comfortably. Make sure that your back is not crooked, like you're pushing it out. It's nice and straight. Your feet are planted, if they can reach, mine can't, are planted perfectly on the ground, firmly. Your hands are wherever they feel comfortable, like on your knees, face up, face down. I usually do this with my legs crossed, but this feels more comfortable to me right now. And my hands usually go on my knees. They can be on top of each other on your lap. You can keep your eyes closed or open, and if you keep them open, go ahead and focus on a point 2-3 feet in front of you that's not moving, that's still. Let's take a few deep breaths together. In through the nose, and sigh it out. So much good information going through to you today. Just kind of be here right now. Take a deep breath in and let it out. We're just bringing our awareness back into our bodies with this. Okay. This beautiful gift of our breath is something that we don't always have to be paying attention to keep us alive and going. And it's usually on a natural rhythm, so we'll go ahead and let it be right now. We're going to be observing our breath as it flows through us. So using our imagination, maybe we see the oxygen flowing in through our nose, filling up our lungs and our belly. We feel our belly expand. Maybe we see it exhaling through our nose. Many times our breath is, the rhythm of our breath is deeply connected to our emotional state. So if you ever feel just some anxiety or stress, you can always just connect to your breath and watch it as it comes back down to a longer rhythm. So we're just observing our breath right now. And if at any moment you find yourself thinking, it's totally fine. There's no need to criticize yourself for it at any moment, or if it's something important, it'll come back to you. And then you just come back to your breath. Simple as that. For my people who are standing up, check in with your legs. Make sure that your feet are firmly planted on the ground, and maybe you bend your knees slightly. You don't lock them, and see if that feels comfortable to you. Maybe your hands are by your side. Your back is nice and straight. Your head is nice and straight. We're going to go ahead and check in if there's any tension in our bodies, maybe in our faces from all the beautiful smiling we've been doing today. If you feel any tension on your cheekbones or your jaw or in the middle of your forehead, so take a breath, and on the exhale, relax that area of your face. And some of us go on all day with tension on our necks and on our shoulders. So whenever you're checking in with yourself and in your meditation, if you notice any tension there, you can move gently to stretch that neck or stretch your shoulders. So maybe on the next exhale, tilt your head to the right. Give yourself a little massage just by tilting your head back and forth, gently moving with your breath so you don't hurt yourself. And we're just keeping ourselves in a relaxed state. Just notice how that feels good. And then when you're ready, you can bring your head back up. And on the next exhale, tilt it to the other side. Maybe this side feels totally fine compared to the other. Or maybe it's your shoulders for you, so you can twirl your shoulders back or forth for a second and just exhaling, bring them back. Making sure that our body feels more relaxed. And then we come back to our breath. Perhaps if you're not meditating in the most perfect silent spot, that's totally fine. A little tool or a little step that I like to add in there is allowing your ears to listen. So we're going to take a moment and bring your awareness to your ears and let them absorb all the sounds and any sounds around in the room. We're not judging them or really thinking about them, we're just hearing them. This kind of helps separate the external world from the internal, and then when we bring our awareness back to our breath, when we practice that more, we become more focused. And then our body learns quickly that this time right here is meant for meditation and for doing nothing else. Continue to follow your breath as you inhale through your nose, as you feel your belly expand, and as you exhale. Besides relaxing the body, you can always come into the space to remind yourself that you are capable to face any challenges, that you are to face any fears, any insecurities, any doubts. That you hold that power within you. That you have all the tools that you need to accomplish your goals. To be present with your friends, your family, your community, and to always do your best. And then you can always come out of your meditation with wiggling your toes, your fingers. Taking another deep breath and shaking it out. I have started a 21-day meditation challenge, and it's ongoing right now. This Thursday, we're going to have a live stream of a guided meditation, and every Thursday till the 28th. And if y'all are interested in that, it's a really good group to kind of get introduced to meditation or go deeper into it, find different tools for your practice. Let me know. I'll be over here at this table. We also have t-shirts and books for sale and a sign-up sheet for Derek's The Conscious Resistance newsletter. And we're giving out a privacy phone at the end of the tour. So if you want to sign up to enter that contest, then over there. Thank you guys so much.
Isn't she amazing? So I hope you guys enjoyed that. And just a bit, when I share my talk, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about why we incorporate meditation. For those of you who haven't heard me tell that story about how meditation was really healing in my life. And I invite everybody, even if that's sort of out of the norm for you, to just kind of see what it might have to offer. You know, with everything we're facing right now, and I think most of us probably can see that this is a spiritual battle, as well as, if not mostly, a spiritual battle. And I believe we need to be strong of mind, spirit, and body to make it through these times that we're facing, right? So meditation can be a tool for that. So our next speaker is someone who's become a good friend of mine over the last year or so. We've been working together. If you guys, anybody heard of the Greater Reset? Anybody tune into that? Awesome, thank you guys. So when myself and John Bush started kicking around the idea of like, how can we do something about all this crap we're facing, not just talk about the Great Reset and talk about the problems, but actually come up with some solutions. Ramiro was around that time starting to get involved with the Freedom Cell Network and some of the other work, and he's really just stepped up over the last year, and he's doing some really important things. Tonight he's going to share with you guys all about how to take back our technology. Probably everybody in this room has some sort of phone in their pocket or next to them at the moment, right? We use computers and different devices like this, and many of you are probably recognizing that the agenda we're facing is very much one involving technology, technocracy, these kinds of things, right? So we need to be conscious not only about our minds and what's happening to the kids and the masks and the shots and all that stuff, but thinking about as well about the tools that we're using, right? And what privacy and what freedom we might be giving up by participating and by being the customers of some of these companies. So Ramiro is going to give you guys lots of information. Please welcome him to the stage, Ramiro Romani.
What a beautiful crowd. Wow. Amazing. A packed house. So I know Derek was doing the activation tour, and the first leg I was like, okay, I'll join you for 2 stops, and I drove with them. I was like, oh my God, I'm exhausted. How do you guys do this? But now it's the second leg of the tour, and I realize it is really one of the last moments we have as a society to move around freely and be open about this idea of freedom and to express it and to build our friendships and to build our relationships. Because we are moving into a new age of humanity where all this evil stuff that we're seeing right now, it's falling apart in front of our eyes. It's very, very obvious. And now it's up to us. It's our responsibility to build the systems that will take its place. And I like to call these systems creative systems. So I'm Ramiro, and I got pulled into this creative system that Derek has been building for such a long time with freedomcells.org. Is anyone a part of freedomcells.org in here? Could I get a show of hands? Nice, wow. That's a lot of peeps, yeah. And so for those of you that don't know, freedomcells.org is it's a decentralized way to connect with people in your community. And it really comes down to 2 things: finding people in your area and putting yourself out there on the map. So, hey, this is my piece of the puzzle. This is what I'm interested in. I want to be a farmer, or I want to be a therapist. And then finding your cell where you can make a difference. So we've been working on this site I've been working with it for about 2 years now, and we have seen just a massive growth, a mass awakening, and it really fits. It makes sense as we're seeing the different things that are happening in the world. People are aware, people are waking up, and now, as Derek was mentioning, it's time for solutions. It's time to take action. So I got involved around the time with the Greater Reset, and that was kind of a one-off idea. Let's do a conference. Let's do a hybrid conference, and we had no idea how it would turn out, and we put something together. And 150,000 people ended up watching over the course of a week. People are ready. People are ready for solutions. And if you haven't checked out the videos on the Greater Reset, I invite you to check out thegreaterreset.org. If you look through that site, you'll be able to find our Odyssey, which is like an alternative to YouTube. You'll be able to find our Odyssey channel, and we've got over 40 videos on it from speakers all around the world, revolutionary speakers, experts in their fields, all of who believe in your freedom to choose and the potential for us to find solutions. And so that's what I'm going to talk about today. And you guys are already on that wavelength. You guys are actually so far ahead because you're creating your own creative systems. So how do I define a creative system? Well, a creative system is where the elements come together and the end result is greater than the sum of its parts. So that's harmony. That's resonance between the individual elements. Individually, we can only do so much, right? 1 + 1 separately is 2. But together, as a group of us, we become something greater. 1 + 1 = 3. And so this idea of coming together and solving the world's problems is something that's so important, and I see it playing out on a decentralized level in every single way. And we've seen people here today that have stepped up to tackle the world's problems, the problems that we can see directly in front of us. And I want you to know, with a little bit of help from the internet and each other, you can solve the world's problems. So I started a movement called Take Back Our Tech. And so that deals more with, okay, now we're going about starting these creative systems, we're starting our businesses, we're starting our organizations, we're starting our local co-ops, we're starting our homeschooling schools. What happens when people don't want these organizations to exist? Or simply things we've been used to doing aren't legal anymore? What happens then? And we have to ask ourselves, are we operating in a way that we're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot, or we're giving away our own secrets? Now, I'll just get another poll. Who here uses their laptop and uses Windows or Mac OS? Could I get a show of hands? Okay, great. For work, yeah. Did anyone agree to sharing every time you open a program with Apple? Did anyone agree to that? No one consented? Okay, well, it's in that incredibly fine-printed privacy policy that they manipulate people into following because they have such a great market share and they have really good marketing, but they really sell their users down the river. And it's not for your benefit, none of this technology, none of this Windows, Mac OS, it's all about control. And if you use these operating systems, I'm not picking on you or anything, simply because these are the only options that are presented to us. You actually, until recently, you weren't even able to buy separate operating systems, and that's just become a more modern trend. But these operating systems are designed to collect as much information as they can from you. So when I started Take Back Our Tech, I started peeling away every layer of our technology that is not friendly, that it's working against us, because in the end, it's going to be the information that gets sent out from our devices that ends up being our downfall. Like there's so much information being sent out, and I'll give you an example in a second. So the first thing we were talking about was removing Windows and Mac OS. I like to call them abusive software services. Why? Because it's like an abusive girlfriend or boyfriend, right? They try and tell you what you should do and not do. Oh, okay, it's time to update. Well, no, maybe I don't want to update. No, you want to update. I'll come back in a few days. No, I don't want to update, please. It doesn't matter. You don't own your computer. They own your computer, and they've had the ability to force wipe your computer since Windows 7. There's definitely backdoors, but they do have the ability to force update your computer. And now it's getting a little bit more terrifying with Windows 11. That if you want to use Windows 11, or if you buy something from a store, it has to have a webcam. Now, why could that be? Well, I ended up finding a patent that Microsoft was doing for machine learning in the workplace and sentiment analysis, so that the cameras on your computer actually are tracking whether you're paying attention or not. And if you have a smile on your face, because if you're at work, you got to be smiling, you got to be an outstanding member of society. And if you're not, well, then your human resource manager might get a report. Well, I, for one, am not a child. I don't need Microsoft telling me how good I can do my job, and I don't need someone watching me when I'm sitting at the computer. And so I hate that. I hate the direction that big technology is moving into. And so I used to work in the space as a software engineer, but it made me sick because I didn't feel like we were actually doing anything for the real problems of society. So I quit my job, and I was working with Freedom Cells at the time, and I was like, okay, let's just do it. Now I have my own company, Above Agency, and we're one of the first companies that are creating privacy services for communities, for individuals, communities, and families. And the business model is not from selling your data, which, unlike Google, which started as the first product they had, their search, was actually designed specifically to gain information about their users from their searches from the very first day. So there's this new era coming where technologists around the world are going to be creating software services for people like us to use that do not spy on them and are actually useful. And I'll be talking a little bit more about that today. Now I'm going to come back to operating systems. You could go home today. I know some of us aren't the most technically minded, and reading that stuff is like reading a textbook or something. But this is something that you could go home with your computer today. You have a USB drive, you could plug it into your computer, you can follow the simple instructions at takebackourtech.org, and you could have an open source operating system on your computer that is not sending any information off to any company within 2 hours. Now let's make it even easier for you, and let's focus on the community aspect. How many of you in here are working with Linux? Has anyone installed Linux on your computer? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, a lot of people. Now these people are your technologists. These are the people that you can go to, and at least they can get you help to get started with Linux. And here's the beautiful part: once you get past the tough installation phase, oh man, it's a dream. You know, it replaces all the functionality you're used to. All the programs are free. They don't annoy the fuck out of you. They don't try and force updates on you, and it's actually works. It just works. Thank you. Exactly. It just works, TM. And you know, it's made a lot of progress. It wasn't always like this, but it is like this now. And if you check out takebackourtech.org, I do a few demos of some operating systems or some flavors of Linux that I personally enjoy, and I think you will enjoy too. So I foresee a movement for people who value their freedom and privacy moving to these software solutions. It's not always going to be the easiest. We're going to have to learn new things. We're going to have to spend time implementing them, you know, installing software, getting used to a new mode of communications. But in the end, you're going to own your technology. You will have the control. And then we can use it to play our piece of the puzzle, to put our piece of the puzzle and use them as a force for good. As so many people were talking about today, they'll be creating their websites, they'll be creating their Telegram channels, they'll be communicating with end-to-end encrypted channels. We'll talk a little bit more about that today. But we're just going to have a greater degree of confidence that we're not giving away our secrets to those who think that they're in power. Because I don't want to tell them shit. Okay, beautiful. So we talked a little bit about operating systems. So yeah, if you don't take anything else away, just think about, you know, next time you have some free time, following the installing Linux from scratch guide on takebackourtech.org, or connect with the people in this room who've installed Linux, or just Google, how do I install Linux on a computer? I promise, it's the easiest thing. Yeah, well, if you're used to Google, there's other solutions too, which I can detail. But the next thing I want to talk about is your own privacy and how I think it's useful to understand how your computer works and how information can be gathered. It all comes down to web requests, right? So your computer has an IP address. It'll make a request to a server. This goes to your local network. It goes to your internet service provider. So in essence, your internet service provider can see exactly what websites you're visiting, when, and that gives them an incredible amount of detail on you. So this is the second kind of component of the talk, which I think is useful, is for people to use a virtual private network, a VPN service. Does anyone else here use a VPN? Wow, a lot of people. So you guys are woke. I don't have to tell you anything. So the way the VPN works is instead of making your request directly to the website, you make your request to a VPN server, and you actually encrypt your request. So all your internet service provider sees is, hey, he's making a request to a VPN server, but it's all gibberish. I can't actually read it. And then the VPN server makes it on your behalf. for you. Now, when enough people use a VPN service together, then it just becomes a mix. No one can actually tell who is visiting what from this VPN server. So the two VPN services I would recommend right now is Mullvad. That is spelled MULLVAD.net. They have a very, very nice service, an app that works on across all platforms, no matter what device you're using. And yeah, so I recommend them. We also run our own VPN service using very similar technologies. The Above Privacy Suite. So if you go to abovephone.com, you'll see that we offer a suite of services along with the phone. Now I'll talk about this in just a second. So we talked about laptops. We use our laptops for so many things. Let's go back to creative systems. Let's talk about finding solutions. Let's talk about amassing knowledge. I think it was like, I noticed the need for me to build more rudimentary skills, right? Skills that are the really core of our basic needs, like food, water, shelter. So I was able to use pdfdrive.com to find books on anything from archery to raising Jersey cows to growing crops to canning. And it's time for us to amass this information, because if you're seeing what I'm seeing a rapid decline in the luxuries we've gotten used to and accustomed to, and that we may not be able to get them from the store for a very long time in the future. So it's time.
Say that again. What was it?
Yeah, the website is pdfdrive.com, and it's really nice because you basically get books for free. They upload books for there. Anything you want to search, it's usually there. So I have most of my books saved on an ebook or an e-ink reader, which is a very low energy book reader. So you can turn this thing on. It'll last for 30 days. You can read books. You can print them out. My plan is to amass a bunch of knowledge and save it in USB drives, put them in an EMF proof bag in case any crazy natural occurrence or any EMP attack happens, and then just have that along with computers, batteries, and solar power, so we'll have access to this information in case of an internet blackout. Now, whether internet blackout is going to happen, I don't know. I don't think they would do it to themselves. You can see how they're investing in with the technology and the 5G technology, and they absolutely need the surveillance to keep going, right? Because they want to keep an eye on us. So I don't think it's them that will take electricity or the internet down. I think it'll probably be Mother Nature. She might get pissed off. She has about that time. And so, yeah, this is in the future, right? What is going to happen in the future? How are we going to communicate in the future? So I'll bring it back to phones now. So this is the other naughty device that we have with us in our pockets. And unfortunately, due to their sensors and the fact that you move around with them and they're with you all the time, there are a lot of dangers. And then I did some recent investigative research on takebackourtech.org, this article called Who Can We Call On, where I broke down the 3 layers that we need to defend ourselves from. The first is the operating system. Now this goes back to the same exact problem we saw with Windows and Mac OS, except this time it's Android, which is Google's operating system, and iOS, which is Apple's operating system. There was a study done in Trinity College in Ireland where it looked at the requests these phones were sending out, and they did it from the perspective of a rational person who values their privacy. It's like anytime the phone, during the setup, it would ask you, do you want to send anonymous usage statistics? They would put, no, I don't want to send that stuff, of course, right? So it's definitely coming from a normal person's perspective, and what they found was no matter what you did, it would connect back to Google and Apple every 5 minutes. Can you imagine that? Every 5 minutes. And not only that, but the type of data I was collecting was a little bit nuts. In fact, if you have an iOS device connected to your home Wi-Fi network, it will send the local MAC addresses of the other devices on the network to Apple. And if you turn on location services, it will also send a location along with that. Now, this study is pretty recent. This was March of this year, and they reached out to Apple. Apple had no comment.
Surprise?
Yeah, that one's hard to hide. But like, so what you see is that they're building a map of the world. So they get that location, the latitude and longitude, and also the devices on your local network. Now, if those are found in some other data, in some other database, then they're able to associate, okay, those devices were at this person's house. Of course, both Google, Microsoft, Apple, they're all partners in the PRISM program. You guys know about Edward Snowden and what he shined some light on. I don't know if Edward Snowden is actually who he says he is or if he's telling the full truth, but I know all those companies denied their involvement, and I know they're all military contractors, especially Google. So it doesn't surprise me. It looks like a continuation of what DARPA was trying to do with the Global Intelligence Database. And to give these companies so much control over devices. So in the more recent years, we've run into this concept of de-Googling our phones. And that's because the iOS hardware and software is so locked down, you can't even install another operating system on it. But luckily, Android or Android-based devices can be used with alternative operating systems. And so there's two operating systems that I'd like to mention, Graphene OS and Calyx OS. All of them remove the Google request from the device, from all those different, anytime you enter a SIM card or turn location services on, it's not talking back to Google. So that's the main benefit. The second benefit are the applications. And so in this research I was doing, I found that all the apps we use today in our phones also have an invisible set of trackers. And you know, the developers put these trackers in, but you can't necessarily blame them. I used to develop mobile apps, and it was like, oh man, how do I make money off of this? And it's like, put in ads in your apps. And they're like, okay, well, it turns out you're actually selling your poor users down the river, and they'll track anything from what you're typing into an input, or how you respond to ads, or what you're liking on the screen. And not only that, there's an average of 5 trackers in every application. So these developers sell out to multiple advertising platforms. So, you know, fine, like, all right, there's some advertising companies. It wouldn't be so bad until you realize that 16 out of the 20 biggest companies are owned by Alphabet, which is Google's parent company. So the people who make the operating systems who are spying and surveilling the hell out of us are also own the app companies, and so they have a really end-to-end look at what we do on our phones. They really know us well. And that's okay. We can't change the past. We've all made mistakes. I have to. Everyone has. But we can change the future and how we go about them. And so when we use a privacy phone, we're looking to use something, or we're looking to use free and open source applications. There's this application store called F-Droid, which is screened. All the apps are audited. All the code is audited so that if there isn't any non-free code, any code that cannot be understood or audited. So these apps aren't reporting information back to you, and they're also designed to be private. They can work offline. They work with network services that aren't mainstream. So you'll be able to dig into this. I'm coming out with a tech demo for the Above phone, which is our company's de-Googled phone offering. If you wanted to make your own de-Googled phone, you absolutely could. You can buy a Pixel series device. You can look up Calyx OS and Graphene OS. You can install it on the device yourself. Anyone technical could look into it and figure that out. If you wanted an Above phone, which is our offering again out of the box, I brought some today, if anyone's interested. And I have been using this device for about half a year and haven't needed to go back to my old phone, so it has completely replaced it. It is really nice to be able to have conversations with my girlfriend and my parents without worrying about anyone listening to me. So it's about taking back our technology. And now let's get into the solutions part. How are we going to set up our own businesses, our own organizations, our own communities? Well, we can look by creating our own websites. Don't rely on third-party services to set up your websites. Work with the technologists and system administrators in your community. Look to rent your own server. If you can pay with Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, chances are it's pretty much anonymous. Look into different software such as Cloudron, which is infrastructure as a service. It'll allow you to run many different apps on one server altogether. So it's very, very convenient. And what you're going to want is an anchor for this new creative system that you're building, right, to bring in these people. So you can create a website using WordPress, as I remember someone in the showcase was mentioning earlier. Definitely reach out to her and talk about your ideas. You could create a Telegram channel. Anyone can create a Telegram channel. Write about what you're doing. Remember, we brought up how can you gain knowledge earlier. You can go find the books. Once you find what you're interested in, go ahead and practice that and develop that. And then share with others. Make your Telegram channel. Make your blog. Make your blog on medium.com. And then I've realized more recently that they're not going to let us market on the traditional channels like Facebook, Instagram. No, those days are over. We're going to get shunned. We're going to get censored. We can't play by their rules. Don't expect to get Facebook ads for any of our alternative agorist businesses. No, we need to actually revert back to in-person communication and sharing. Has anyone heard of the group called the White Rose? A few people, yeah. So they're this awesome organization that started out of the UK that wanted to wake people up using very simple but effective tactics. They recommend a series of thermal printers, the Brother Q series, so there's like Q 600, 500, 300, 400, and you can use those to print stickers. So combining the simple graphics and powerful messages for your own business, for your own local communities. For instance, said, are you prepared for the next food shortage? Help us at our farm. Free food, right? There's a picture of a nice apple or something. And you paste that around town and you have a link to your website. That is what it's going to take to bring more people on top of this, right? We need to grow these communities now before it's too late. We need the help. We need to expand. We need to build our numbers because it's the creative system. The more energy we put into it, the more it will provide for us. So I don't see the internet, unfortunately. Even now we see Telegram is censoring things. So we'll see how long this goes on. They've been nice to us so far. I thank them for that. But we can't count on that forever. So we will go back to in-person methods. We will go back to printing printing stickers and sticking them everywhere and meeting in person and having these conversations. At the same time, we can't rely on centralized services. We can rely on decentralized services. So this one goes out to the technologists again. I'm going to be the first person in the United States recommending we use XMPP, which is a 20-year-old decentralized protocol for end-to-end encrypted messaging, or just messaging in general, anything that lets you publish messages and subscribe to messages. And it's had a lot of improvements throughout the years that no one even knows of. Anyone can start their own XMPP server. You can have multi-device encryption, so you can have your phone and your laptop. And these devices are end-to-end encrypted, which means that whatever XMPP server you're using, if I'm running messages to someone and encryption is enabled, I can't even read the messages. It's all gibberish. Not that I would share or our company would share. And if you want to get a sense for what a real privacy policy looks like, go to abovephone.com and read our privacy policy and see what makes sense. I'll also just give you a summary. We don't log. We don't keep logs. We don't log your IP address. We don't sell your information. We don't have any parent companies that would be able to do subsidiary sharing of information. It's just not our business model. And now it's going to take more of a principled action from each one of us when we decide who we want to sign up to, who we want to give our information to. Just read their privacy policy and see how they are treating your information. Because the truth is, people just get corrupted. Companies get corrupted. They just want to make money and they'll sell your data. But I don't believe in that. We should own our data. We should make it work for us. We can keep it internally to our own communities. The last thing I'm going to touch on is community computing. It's going to take our off-grid systems along with technology to be efficient. Now, I don't know about you, but if I was calculating the yields for my latest crop, I wouldn't want to multiply like 2,800, 9,000 by like 1,644. I wouldn't be able to do that. I need a computer for that. And luckily, we have tools. If you're on Linux, you'll be able to use these tools offline. You'll be able to have collaborative spaces where you can work together. Check out Nextcloud, which is an office suite you can invite different people to. It replaces Google Drive completely. And it's going to take solutions like these where we don't have to rely on Google or Apple, and we can run these services ourselves for long into the future. And with services like these, we're going to build a better world. Now I want to touch on these creative systems and what the world might look like in the future. I think if we start now, continue to build, and we continue to bring people on, and we generate abundance, we generate substance, then we will be ready for when drastic changes happen in the future. I hope we're able to save our technology and get the open source operating systems installed on it, fix our phones, fix our computers. I'm talking with really awesome people. BChat Network, I had an interview last week. They're working on a decentralized open radio communication protocol that works on unlicensed channels. And so I foresee us in the future plugging in these little open source radios. They've released the schematics already if anyone prints circuit boards or does 3D printing. And we're going to be able to communicate on a mesh network using post-quantum encryption, which is just a really fancy way to say that nothing can crack its encryption. And so the future is going to look a lot different. We're going to give up a lot of the things we were used to. We are going to change from being specialists and only working on one thing to being good at multiple things. Hell yeah, right there. The world is our oyster. All these problems are out there waiting for us to be solved. And guess what? We have internet to kind of guide us and give us resources. We have time to spend learning and practicing and growing. And we have a beautiful community to share it with. And I'm so thankful to be able to share this with y'all. And I love what you have created here. So thank you for having me. And remember, our connection is sacred.
Thank you so much. Let's give him one more big round of applause. All right, and up next we have Derek. I don't know how to say your last name. Rose? Rose!
Hey everybody, thank you for being here with us tonight. Wow, it's been great so far, huh? You still with me? You still alive out there? You've heard some awesome things going on in your community. We've had a meditation. Ramiro's dropping knowledge on tech, and you know, half of the stuff goes over my head, so that's why he's on my team, so he can help keep me up to date, and I can promote it. And I'll be talking a little bit about this. This is actually the Above phone. Miriam and I have been using it. I've been testing it out the last month, so the whole time we're traveling the country, we're not using Google Maps at all. We're using open source, decentralized map programs. So it's really awesome. Yeah, so look, I'm going to give you guys about 45 minutes to an hour. You guys good for that? I know it's been a long day already. You got time for that with me? I'm going to drop a lot of important information. I encourage you to write down, take notes. But we should have done this earlier. We do have a little bit of housekeeping to do. I apologize we didn't do this earlier. But if I can get all the unvaccinated on this side and the vaccinated... Okay, I've had zero compliance this whole tour, which is great. So, obviously I kid about that, but these are the realities we're dealing with, right? These are the realities going on. We're going to jump right into it about what we're facing and what we can do about it. I will share briefly just some background. Is there anybody here who's no idea who I am or the Conscious Resistance, or just got invited here by a friend? Or there was the guy that got dragged here by his mom earlier. You still here with me? Yeah, your son's still here? Cool, awesome. Now is time. I hope he's listening. All right, cool. So I'm going to give you a little bit of background so you can understand better about who I am and what we're doing here today, and then we're going to just dive into these solutions. So my name is Derek Brose. I'm 36 years old, originally from Houston, Texas. For the last year and a half, Miriam and I have been living in Mexico, looking for land to build an intentional community that I've been working on for a couple years. For the last 12 years, I've just been an activist daily, 48 hours every day, 24 hours, however many hours I can fit in a day dedicated to activism. I started an activist group called the Houston Freethinkers in 2010. We helped Houston become the only city in the country to kick the TSA off the bus lines in Houston. That was a really awesome accomplishment back in 2012. Thank you guys. If y'all still remember those guys, the TSA, it's kind of hard, right? So much happens, you forget, wait, they didn't used to be there. That didn't used to be normal. That was the new normal after 9/11, right? Get used to that new normal. Now we got more new normals. So we did that. We did everything over the 8-year period that I was doing the Houston Freethinkers. Community garden builds, skill shares. We had a community house where we would have music shows, art shows, running politicians, all the fun stuff. And it was a really beautiful time. It taught me a lot about organizing, about how to herd humans and how to keep people motivated and keep myself motivated, not get burned out. And along the way, I started to realize the media really sucks at their job. And this was back in 2012. Now it's like, no duh, but you know, in 8 years, a lot more people have woken up. We started to see it though because we would go out and do our rallies or our protests and our movements, and the news would come cover us, and they'd say, hey, can we talk to you guys about what you're doing? And then they'd write articles or do videos and totally misrepresent what we were saying, or find the one person that none of us knew who they were and they had the craziest sign and they'd put their picture on. You know, that's kind of a tactic they like to use. And sure enough, I was just like, wow, I think I could probably do this better than these people. And I was also being inspired by a lot of people that are now my kind of colleagues and allies who were just going out there and putting cameras in the faces of politicians, just asking the real questions, right? And so I started getting into that vein, doing citizen journalism, started writing articles for the alternative media. I've written articles for nearly everybody in the alternative media over the years. Currently, I write for The Last American Vagabond. Anybody familiar with Ryan and The Last American Vagabond? So I write articles for The Last American Vagabond. In 2012, 2013, I also started my own platform, The Conscious Resistance. That's where I host my documentaries. I've done documentaries on Jeffrey Epstein, on 5G, on the Finders Cult, on all kinds of dark things. Currently, I'm working on a documentary series called The Pyramid of Power. If you haven't heard of it, please check out thepyramidofpower.net. This is just a side note. This is my gift to you guys. This is a tool to wake up your friends and family. This is going deep down the steps of the Pyramid of Power in 20 to 25 minutes, without fear porn, without any speculation, all documents, all facts. And it's a way I think can be helpful to wake people up. So my point is, I've just spent the last 10 years writing books, doing documentaries, doing reporting. I ran for mayor of Houston in 2019 to try to wake up people to those important issues. I've just done everything I can think of, including doing tours like this. This is the 3rd tour around the country. And it's all dedicated to trying to wake people up, right? Trying to think of solutions. As soon as I woke up, it felt like, okay, now that I know this is going on, I can't just keep going about my daily life. At least I could, and I had to radically alter my whole life to figure out how to do something about it. And so I've been blessed to do that, and that's led me now to being able to sustain myself, writing articles, doing these books, and giving talks, and all in the hopes of trying to make sure that we thrive into the future, right? I've also become certified in permaculture in the last year, really into growing our own food, those kinds of things. And so that's all been the journey I've been on for the last 10 or 12 years here, my activist political awakening, if you will. But really, my awakening, if we're going to use those words, it really started in 2005. When the Derek Bros I was then is totally different from the person you're speaking to today. In 2005, I was 20 years old. I was addicted to crystal meth. And I went to prison a week before I turned 21. And honestly, that experience is what brought me right here where I am today. When I got locked up, it was the beginning of me really trying to understand the world around me. I had spent the better part of 2 years after high school just being the drunk guy at the party, taking pills all the time, doing this. And then January 2005, I tried crystal, and within 10 months, I was locked up. I became homeless, living in a crack house, did the whole thing, right? And it was really intense. And when I got locked up and when I got my sentence and I look at the calendar and it's like, you're not going home for at least 11 months, at the earliest 11 months, right? And it didn't matter if I wanted to call and cry to my mom or my girlfriend or my lawyer or friends, nobody could help me out, right? You ever had a situation like this where you're truly powerless? Where you're truly in that situation? Even if, it doesn't have to be prison physically. Sometimes it's the prison here, right? A lot of times it's the prison here. But the situation where you just have to sit, you just got to be with it, right? And out here, it's funny because in there, we call this place the free world. Maybe we should rethink that a little. But in there, it's like, oh, when I get back to the free world, I'm going to do all these things, right? And when you're in there, you're thinking about what's your family up to, and your girlfriend and your friends. You're stuck in the free world, and time slows to a crawl. And you have to kind of let go of it. And I had to accept that I was going to be there. And I was like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do with this space that I have now? I can become a better criminal. That's what some people do. I can work out all the time. I can be angry, blame everybody else but myself. And for me, because of my family's history, I clearly saw a vision and saw a path of, I can go this way, which was the path that most of my family has gone. Because see, as I got arrested and I got in that space and I chose to do something about it, I started journaling every day and started writing down my thoughts. And I started to think about why was I using drugs? What was I trying to escape from? Why did I think that was where I was going to find enlightenment, right? What was I looking for? And where was that coming from? And I was able to see, wow, there's at least 3 generations of bros men that have had drug addiction, prison, and suicide. Those are all things that I dealt with. Suicide attempts at a young age, depression, and then getting into drugs eventually and going to prison. And I could see this intergenerational trauma, right? It was the beginning of me really starting to understand that. And then also, I was reading the newspaper every day, and in Houston they have the Chronicle, and on the weekend section there's a religious section, and they quote from the Bible, the Torah, the Quran, all kinds of different traditions. And they quoted from the Buddhist Bible, the Dhammapada, and it was one of the verses, I don't remember what it was, but it was something that just struck me so deeply that I was like, I want to know more about meditation and just kind of prayer and just that whole pursuit of spirituality. It wasn't really anything I was interested in prior. But as I started to meditate and as I started to journal, I could clearly see this path from my father's trauma to myself, right? As a young man, 4 or 5 years old, some of my earliest memories were visiting my birth father in prison and having that experience, right? And trying to understand that as a little kid. So I was a very depressed little kid. Then I got to a teenager. I became a very angry young man. And I was smart, and I was in advanced classes, but nobody knew that. They knew me as the kid that was throwing chairs at teachers and getting in fights and getting arrested. So when I got out of prison, I just started using drugs. It was like, this is what'll make me happy, right? So I did that, end up in prison. And it took all that, getting locked up, to be able to see this so clearly. Once I started to just accept I was there, I started meditating, I started writing down my thoughts, I started trying to connect with my father. It was the beginning of the healing process, right? And so I went in and out of prison. I did 18 months in Texas state institutions between 2005 and 2008. And I got out in October 2008 for the final time as a felon, which is a really interesting time to be re-emerging into the world. Does anybody remember what was going on in October 2008? About a month later, Obama would be elected president. So that was kind of a really interesting time to be kind of coming out into the world, especially because while I was locked up and while I was starting to do some of that deeper work, I also started to heal from my depression. And it's like this cloud started to get lifted. Not only was I getting sober of all this crazy stuff, and our minds and our bodies are so powerful. I put myself through so much, sometimes I'm surprised I can string a couple sentences together, but it's the power and beauty of our ability to heal, I think. And so I was re-emerging into the world. The depression was lifting. My excitement for life was probably there for the first time. I remember the first time I was able to really enjoy a sunset, and how long it took me just to say, I feel good about myself. I think I'm a good person. I've made some mistakes, but I think I'm generally a good person. It took a lot of work to get to that point. And so I'm coming out into the world with this excitement about life, but I've also got this X on my back, as we like to call it, because now I'm a felon. You can't get a job here, you can't rent here. People look at you a certain way. Felon, oh, you must be some, dangerous person, even though I've paid my debt to society, right? And so that was an interesting experience. And I come out, I'm not depressed anymore, I'm excited about life. I remember I love to learn, and I was at the library all the time applying for jobs. And sure enough, I started to read books. And I started to read about the history of the drug war, the true origins of the drug war, about how racism and money and putting the hemp business out of business was a big part of it. And all these other facts that I never was taught in high school. And that was sort of the first seed of what else was I not taught in school? What else was I not told the truth about? And that was just the kind of beginning. And then that was 2009, 2010, all the things I was talking about. But it really started with me going to prison. It started with, and that's not me here to say, hey, the prison system saved my life. Those places are horrible institutions. And I'll say that I met so many brilliant minds that are wasting away in those prisons right now. People who would be doing so much good in this world right now. And all ages, all backgrounds. Some of them are dead. Some of them are still cycling in and out of those systems. And some of them figured it out before I did, and they never went back. I kind of went back and forth a couple times before I figured it out. But it's a conscious choice that I made when I was in that space, that I want to do something different with my life, right? And so I had to make that choice. I didn't want to continue this family tradition that I was, seeing. I wanted to start healing that. So I share all that, guys, so you understand a little bit better about why we call this the conscious resistance, why we incorporate the meditation. And again, most of this talk is going to focus on what we can do in the physical realm, the practical things we can do, because that's needed, right? We can't be all spirit and all prayer and totally forget about physical. You got to eat, you got to take care of your family, you got to grow some food. But if we only do those things and we detach from the spirit, from our deeper world, then I think we're also missing the picture. So in 2013, after I got into activism, that phrase, the conscious resistance, came to me. And the conscious resistance to me is just the recognition, the understanding, the realization that the struggle for a more free and ethical and just world is not going to come from only confronting the physical institutions of power. Yes, absolutely. We need to call out all these criminals. That's why I'm a journalist, to do that all day long, because it's important. We need to know names of who's involved, what crimes. There needs to be a record of these things. But that's only half of the picture, right? Yes, they are playing a role, but there's also the internal tyrant. Your own limiting doubts, fears, insecurities, and beliefs. And I don't care who you are, how many followers you got on the internet, everybody's got doubts, fears, and insecurities and things that can be paralyzing. And what might be silly to one person can be completely debilitating to another, right? We all deal with that differently. But the point is that I recognize that, if you guys were to come to me, like let's imagine I was still in that place, in that dark place, and these vaccine passports and all this stuff was going on, and you came to me and you said, hey, have you heard about what they're doing in Australia? Have you heard about these bills they're trying to pass? You see what they're doing to the kids at the school? And I would have listened to you, and I would have been like, that's crazy, I can't believe that's happening. But I wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. I was just trying not to kill myself that day. I was just trying to make it through another day, right? And throughout my journeys and my talks, I've met so many people who are, whether they're addicts or former addicts, that they have their own struggles. Maybe you've never touched a drug in a day in your life, but you have another struggle that can sometimes hold you back and keep you back. And my point is that I've realized that if we're stuck in that emotional muck and that emotional trauma, the state, the corporations, these, what I call the predator class, they will take advantage of that. They will take it. Right now, they're weaponizing people's compassion. They're weaponizing people's goodness. You guys see that, right? There's a lot of people who are afraid, but there's also a lot of people who aren't afraid. They just are being told wearing a mask, getting vaccinated is the good, moral thing to do. Why wouldn't you do that if you care about people, right? They're not thinking too deeply about it, but they're good people who are being taken advantage of. They're weaponizing that compassion, right? So if we don't know ourselves, if we're not rooted in ourselves and working on our trauma, which is a lifelong journey, then I believe we will likely, maybe we overthrow these people and we get ourselves in power, and what do? We end up recreating the whole systems, right? You ever heard the word revolution? What's the key word there? Revolve. Going in circles. We want to step out of that, right? So that's what the conscious resistance is about. That's what we're here to talk about tonight, guys. How can we both keep our internal world strong, powerful, and free? And how do we make sure in the face of everything that we're facing right now, and I'll tell you this, all around the country, all around the world, everybody's having this conversation right now. It's not just the things we're doing with the activation tour, but people everywhere are realizing, like, look, if we sit still and do nothing, things are going to get worse. I'm not here to tell you tonight how to fight, but I am here to suggest some ideas. So thank you guys for letting me introduce myself. This is what we're facing. This is what we're facing. March 2020. Italy is one of the first hardest hit hotspots, we're told. Italy goes into lockdown. That month, I interviewed a friend, another activist over there, kind of, hey, tell me, how are things going on? You guys are getting locked down. Well, we can't go more than 500 feet from our home. We can only go outside if we want to walk our dogs, like once a day, and there's now cops on the blocks, and they're checking people's groceries. All the signs of the things that would become familiar were happening in Italy pretty quickly, pretty instantly almost. Some of you might remember that. And I remember interviewing him, doing a podcast about it, and just sort of saying, guys, I think we need to pay attention to where this is headed. I don't think it's going to be, in the beginning, many of us didn't know what to make. Like, okay, yeah, the government says there's something going on, right? Whatever. And then the next thing you know, toilet paper's running out. That's when I knew shit was getting real. That's actually about the time we decided to leave to Mexico. We came back from our yearly trip in Mexico. We came home and I was telling Miriam, I was like, so there's this thing going on in China I heard about. I don't know if it's anything to worry about. And we come back to Houston and there's all the shelves are empty. Couldn't find toilet paper. I didn't see toilet paper again for 3 weeks. I had to go to Mexico to find toilet paper. So the lockdowns happen, right? And we've seen an increase in the rise of authoritarianism from governments all around the world. The most clear example at the moment, and for the last year, Australia, New Zealand. These are some of the worst places, right, that have been, and we have friends, people involved in the Freedom Cell Network and other groups who are dealing with this and in reality. I mean, this is interesting. I have an activist friend out there. He just turned 25. He was celebrating his 25th birthday, like every average 25-year-old, you know, sneaking out of the iron ring that they have around the city so him and his friends can go out on a camping trip. He's going to remember that birthday for sure, wherever things go. Yeah, I remember that time we snuck past the checkpoints in our city, then they wouldn't let anybody out. Oh, and we beat the curfew? Yeah, that's a reality. That's what they're dealing with. About a week and a half ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, the government of New South Wales announced that if you're fully vaccinated, you now have 2 hours of recreational time a day. Not a lie, not a lie. That is happening on this planet right now. Let's bring it closer to home. San Francisco, New Orleans, New York City, I think LA is right behind them, all have implemented vaccine status to enter most places indoors. We were just in San Francisco last month for our tour stop. We couldn't go inside anywhere. You know, they have the signs posted about vaccination status, so we actually had to host our event outside of the city limits because most of our audience probably isn't vaccinated, and it's not like I would expect or ask anybody to want to deal with that, right? I would never participate in a venue that required that. But that's happening, right? We were driving home to Houston recently through New Orleans, and we stopped in New Orleans, and sure enough, on the sign, on the front door of businesses, it says you must show PCR test from within the last 48 hours, because that's reliable, and or you can show proof of vaccination status. Like, that's happening. That's already happening, guys. These aren't far off, distant things. You know, these are like things that are happening right now. Say that again? I think that they're claiming that the health department is going to come do checks.
Public, private.
Yeah, well, what we saw, and this was interesting, she makes a good point about enforcement, right? Because a lot of times the government just says things, right? And people who obey are going to obey, and the people who don't are going to like, hey, I'm just going to walk in that store and do my thing if somebody says something. So actually, when we just drove through New Orleans and we were hungry, so we parked. Miriam's like, oh, I want to check out this restaurant. I was like, I'm going to check out this restaurant. They're literally 15 feet apart on the same street. So I went into this place and, you know, I'm not wearing a mask or anything. I'm asking questions about the food. Oh, this looks good. Let me go tell her. This seems like a good option. As I'm entering the other restaurant to come talk to her, she's like walking out with a mask in hand and the lady's harassing her about the mask. And she wouldn't even she was just like, I'm curious. I'm trying to place an order on the phone. Where's your mask? I don't have one. Well, let me get you one. Right? And so then you had that business trying to enforce it. And the one across the street not even mentioning it, not saying anything. So at the moment, there's no strict enforcement of it, it would appear. But the point is that most people are going to comply, right? Because it's on the books, which means that if a business chooses to opt out, which we should encourage them and support them in that effort, they could potentially face a fine or a threat or whatever, right? The point is these things are out now, and it's not even just that's the latest fight, but in the last year, it's also been censorship, right? Myself and other people who've been reporting on the rise in authoritarianism have been censored. My YouTube channel was deleted last October for misinformation, for trying to warn people that I think the video was literally titled, "The Future of Healthcare is Wearable Technology." It was based on an article I was doing, and that's a whole field of research you guys should be aware of. Everybody's worried about injectables. It might get there, but right now they're trying to put a collar on you. It's called a Fitbit. And so people who have been reporting on this stuff have been censored, demonetized, etc. You guys know this. I'm sure you've seen this from your people you follow. But also, doctors and people are being censored for trying to talk about alternative treatments, right? So one of the first videos I had deleted in 2020 was a doctor that Miriam actually connected me to. Super controversial guy. Doctor based in China and the US who's been doing about 20 years of research on high-dose intravenous vitamin C. Super scary stuff. And he was doing this previous to COVID, treating all kinds of illnesses and having great success rates with high-dose intravenous vitamin C. When COVID happened, they started treating some patients like this in China. He started doing it in the US. Doctors in Houston started saying they were following his protocol. Doctors in New York as well. You might have heard about this. Oh, these doctors are trying vitamin C. Of course, they got demonized really quickly. So I reached out to this doctor to bring him on for an interview. And he talks to me for about 30, 45 minutes about vitamin C and the benefits of it and how, what he's working on. That video got deleted because it doesn't align with the values of the World Health Organization. So anybody who's talking about any alternative treatments via that, maybe that's that horse paste you guys seem to like, or the other thing you're not supposed to talk about, or just getting some sunlight, or getting some vitamin C, vitamin D, none of these things are acceptable. And it's become clear that this is all about compliance, right? Is everybody, I think so, but let's just make it clear, everybody operating under the awareness that this is not about keeping you healthy. And let's take it even further back and maybe burst a few bubbles for some people that after 9/11, it was also not about keeping you safe. If you haven't gone down that rabbit hole, we'll wait for you when you get there. So, in addition to this taking place, again, we're seeing the push for the vaccine passports, vaccine mandates. It's already happening. Israel, France, Spain, Greece, Italy, they've been protesting hard in Italy this weekend because it's about to go into enforcement, I think, on the 20th. It's starting to come into effect. Thousands of teachers and nurses fired in New York last week. I was in Houston interviewing the nurses out there, Jennifer Bridges and others who filed the lawsuit in Houston to try to stop the mandates. The courts threw out in 2 days. Don't think the courts are going to save you. At least don't put all of your eggs in that basket and assume that you'll be safe. Actually, I just got a notification earlier today that Texas Governor Greg Abbott has just now banned vaccine requirements for all private businesses and for everything. And so some people in Texas are feeling good about being in Texas. Some people in Iowa are feeling good, or Arizona, in these different spots. But I'm here to tell you guys now, it's not going away. Has everybody come to that awareness? This isn't going to go away. Whether the narrative of COVID dries up in a year or however long, this is a much bigger agenda. Have folks come to that awareness now? Maybe you started off questioning COVID and you start to realize, holy crap, this is a bit bigger than I expected or I thought it was, right? That's what's really going on. The vaccine passport is the first gateway to a full-on biometric ID that can track and trace everything you do. The latest idea that's coming into vogue is the idea of carbon credits and carbon allowances, not for the corporations, but for you, right? To keep track of how much energy you're using, to make sure that you're taking care of the environment and all these good things, because of course these people love us all so much. And they want to make sure that we have a diverse, inclusive, what are the other buzzwords? Equitable world, right? Just looking out for us. This is about bringing on this biometric ID, right, guys? And this is a part of a larger system that's called technocracy. You guys becoming familiar with this term? This is what my book, How to Opt Out of Technocracy, what I'm talking about tonight is coming from that book. You can download it for free at theconsciousresistance.com/how-to if you don't want to purchase it. theconsciousresistance.com/how-to. I published the book in January 2020. It doesn't have any reference to COVID at all, but it's totally relevant to what we're dealing. Because if you were paying attention before COVID, these things have been going on. Right now, it's about the masks, it's about the vaccines, it's about the lockdowns, and those are important, but these are symptoms of a much bigger picture that's been going on. This is just the latest expression of these people trying to take over the world and paint themselves as the heroes. I'm just going to be blunt about it, right? Let's be real. And so their plans have become more and more clear. They're putting it out there. You heard the term the Great Reset. Obviously, if you guys have heard of the Greater Reset, you know we're responding to that. But that's their term, the Great Reset. Agenda 2030, you guys familiar with that term, becoming familiar with it? Agenda 2030, this is based on the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Again, they sound nice in word and phrases, on paper, but ultimately, it means a world that lacks individual privacy, individual liberty, and individual choice for the good of the planet, for the good of the people, or whatever. You might have heard about it. Something like, you'll own nothing and be happy. You heard that? That was published by the World Economic Forum, the people behind the Great Reset in 2016, published by Forbes magazine. And they described this woman from 2030 looking back at this decade and just describing how everything transformed and how great it is that, we used to have our own cars and I used to have my own things, but after a while we realized there's no reason for private ownership. We just share things now and we just rent them out, right, with our carbon credits and our central bank digital currencies, which are not real crypto, they're fake government crap money that we should not accept. She's describing this utopia, according to them, right? But she also acknowledges, sometimes I do miss my privacy. Sometimes I do miss, being alone and having the freedom to choose, but things are better now, right? And so it's just describing this world they want us to aspire to. The new normal, right? That was the phrase they've been dropping in our heads for the last year and a half. You might have heard songs named the new normal, articles referencing it, celebrities dropping it, politicians using the term. Clearly, this is something we were supposed to subconsciously absorb. This is the new normal. This is the new normal, right? So their plans are right there, staring us in the face. They describe that in that you will own nothing and be happy. But if you haven't read that piece, I encourage you to. Just look it up, You'll Own Nothing to Be Happy. You'll find it, the original one. It's not that long. There's a section about halfway down where she says, they live different kinds of lives outside the city. And it's like, what do they mean by this? And she's like, sometimes I feel bad for the people who thought technology wasn't a good thing, or for the people who things were moving too fast, or they didn't like the political changes. The people who moved outside of the cities, the smart cities that they're trying to build, she says, they live different lives outside of the city. They live in former 19th century villages and towns, and they're doing their own things. These are the people, those crazy weirdos. And they I think that they're sort of trying to give you this image that we're going to be living out in like some Mad Max dystopia, starving or fighting. Like, hell no, we're going to be building permaculture paradises, free-range kids, good food, healthy, clean water. That's the vision I'm working towards, right? That's what it's about. But it's important to acknowledge that even the people who are pushing the Great Reset acknowledge there will be people outside of the cities. Now, we can sit here and get stuck in fear and say, well, what about Waco? Are they just going to let us break away? They're never going to allow that. Well, all right, you stand still and do nothing, and I'll try to build, and we'll see who gets somewhere, right? Because I'm not going to be consumed by fear. The point is, this is a much bigger picture. COVID is just the latest symptom of it, right? It's not about COVID, and we're not here to even focus on COVID. The one last thing I'll say about what we're facing before we get into what we can do about it is the social credit score. You guys becoming familiar with this term, heard about this? Maybe you've seen that TV show Black Mirror. I still haven't seen it yet, but every time I bring this up, somebody's like, oh, it's like TV. No, it's real life. Real life is much scarier. You don't even need to watch TV. Just watch the world around you and be amazed. So a social credit score. Now, a credit score that most of us are familiar with is tied to the financial system, right? So you take out a loan, you don't pay it back, your score goes down, you can't get another loan, you can't buy a car, it makes it difficult. There's already problems with that system. That system's rigged itself, and that's a whole other issue, right? But now they're moving on to this idea of social credit, right? So social credit isn't just about how you spend your money and who you don't pay back. It's about the way you interact in society, the way you interact with other people, right? So the idea being where let's use China as an example because it's the place that it's most prominent right now. In China, they call this the Sesame credit system. And they're rolling it out all over the country, at least that's their goal. And as it stands right now, you can gain points on your social credit score if you do things like pay your taxes on time, take out the recycling on time. If you read Mao's little red book at certain hours during the afternoon, at the peak hours when everybody else is showing they're a good, obedient citizen, your score goes up. If you jaywalk and one of the hundreds of thousands of facial recognition cameras scans you and it instantly sees you, and then it posts your face up on a digital billboard to shame you in front of the whole community and show them you just jaywalked, well, your score goes down. And if you're one of those extremists who like to post crazy, weird things on Facebook, you think your score is going to go up or down? If you're one of those people who like to criticize the government and say, hey, maybe I should have some rights, maybe I'm a free person, your score goes down. Now, this is already a reality in China, and in the last couple of years, millions of Chinese citizens have already been denied the right to fly out of their own country because their score was too low. They've been denied job promotions, different privileges, things that we used to think were rights. When you let it get bad enough, they call them privileges. And you only get them when they say you're allowed to. This is using technocracy. Technocracy is ruled by experts, ruled by elite. It's using technology and using the people who believe that they're the smartest among us, including scientific experts, and putting them in charge. Now, look around the world, and isn't that what we're seeing? Bill Gates was never elected by anybody. Anthony Fauci was never elected by anybody. Bezos, Musk, others, and even their friends in government, of course they work together, right? But ultimately, that's what they believe. They think you're too stupid to make your own choices, and you know what? Governments aren't that great about it either. Let's just get these benevolent, kind billionaires with all their technology and let them manage things for us. That'll be better. And so they're using technology. The goal is to use it as a form of social engineering, right? So instead of me putting a gun up to his head and saying, hey, do what we say. If you don't, we'll put you in jail. Well, we just create a system, and you bring everybody into that system. And if he doesn't act the way we like, his score goes down. And guess what? Well, you can't go out, you can't travel anymore. China's yellow book that describes this system says that their ultimate goal is to make sure that people who have antisocial behavior can't take a single step outside of their own homes. It's a way, soft oppression, exactly. It's a way where they don't have to bring out all the guns where you see like, oh my God, we're being invaded by a force. It's just this subtle system, and it's going to be convenient, and it's going to be environmentally friendly, and it's going to be all these great things. But I just want to point that out, guys, that as we roll on, the vaccine passport, the people who accept it, it's just the first step to getting them to have an all-encompassing ID that has their banking information, health information, etc., and where you won't be able to enter these places without it, but also your score will be dependent on that. And since we already have the infrastructure of companies who've been scanning and monitoring all of our social media, it wouldn't take that long for them to pop up and say, today we're creating a new social credit score system, and here's your number, here's what you got. And this is what you're allowed to do now, based on that number. If you want to go up to reach these other privileges and benefits, well, we need you to be a good boy. Stop speaking out, right? It's a soft tyranny, but it's what's happening. And that's what we're facing. That is what we're facing, guys. And there is nothing that is going to prevent that from happening but us.
Yeah.
Us. There are no Avengers or X-Men. I know the Matrix 4 is coming out, but Neo's not coming back to save the day. That's all Hollywood BS. That there's just this one person, you know? Here's another Hollywood fairy tale. Wait till 2022. Wait till 2024. Someone will come save you. Here to tell you, my friends, that's not the answer either. I want to warn about 3 traps that I'm seeing pop up in our various intersecting communities. Because I want to make this clear, guys. I'm not here to operate under the assumption that any of us agree about everything, right? Maybe, you know, you're sitting here, who is this long-haired, hippie, crazy guy talking to me about things I don't want to hear about? Maybe you're feeling uncomfortable a little bit. I encourage you to push past that discomfort and keep listening. And if anything I say resonates, take it, and the things that don't, leave that. Because personally, I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to live and work around a bunch of zombies who just believe the same. I don't want to live in an echo chamber. I like my ideas being challenged. I like hearing other people's opinions and knowing that, hey, we might not agree on everything, but I can sit down and have dinner with you and get to know you as a human being. Yep. And I'm pretty sure everybody in this room probably thinks it's wrong for somebody to come force me to be injected, right? And I think the same thing about you guys. We all hear the thing that's uniting us. And even that, maybe we get down to the fine details. There's some things we don't agree on. But bodily autonomy, self-ownership, that you have a choice over your own health and your body, right? And we could focus on all these things that we disagree on. Or we could focus on the common ground we have. Because I don't know about you guys, but it feels like we're in a pretty time-sensitive situation right now. 2030? It's 2021. They're calling this the decade of transformation. So either we sit back and allow them to transform it for us and just walk into that vision because there's no other option. I guess I'll just live in the smart city because I didn't think ahead and I don't have any community. I didn't build with anybody. I kept hearing about this idea, but I figured sooner or later somebody will stop it. Somebody will run for president and fix things for me. I could just sit back and let somebody else take care of it. It's not going to happen, my friends. We, unfortunately, if you don't like this, for me, I'm excited about it. We are the ones that get to change things, guys. What's the age range we have in here? We got anybody in their 70s here? 80s? Anybody? Okay, so 70s down to, I know I've seen some babies running around. Think about that just in this room, the potential within these generations. I've been asking that everywhere we go. We've had somebody up to 87 down to 5 months old. We have the power within each of us to change this, guys. Some of you are here right now, you have so much wisdom and experience to offer those of us who come after you. And the ones coming after us, we have things to share with them. And they, of course, have things to teach us. It's going to take all of us to make it through this, guys. So I just want you to really think about that we need each other. We can't fall into these different traps. The first trap is division. Anybody else coming to realize the division is the conspiracy? The division is the conspiracy. The most current expression of that at the moment, vaccinated versus unvaccinated. They want neighbor against neighbor. They want friends against friends. And unfortunately, many of us, anybody lost a close friend in the last year and a half? Family member? It's been rough, right? And that's what they want. They want us turning against each other. And look, you believe whatever you want, but guys, for me personally, I don't find it useful, valuable to say, you sheep, you COVID-idiot. How does that further my goals of building a better world? It might feel good in that moment because I'm frustrated, because I don't like seeing the mask on the kids. That definitely doesn't make me feel good. But I also know that even the people who think we're crazy or who they've bought into the propaganda, because there's also a lot of people who are traumatized. We need to have empathy. Think about all the people who bought into this narrative. Some of them are just now re-emerging into the world. You know, now they feel safe because they bought into all this propaganda, all this narrative. I try to empathize and have compassion with that. When Miriam and I, when we were in Portland, we were out there doing a vaccine passport protest, and a lady came up to us outside, alone by herself, double masked, vaccinated and sick, couldn't put it all together. And she was the most, I'm not here to pick on anybody, but I hadn't actually seen this in real life. It was like, we need to put this up on display, like this is what trauma looks like, because she was just so deep in it, she wouldn't even come anywhere near us. And I was just kind of like, I'm just trying to be nice, like, ma'am, you're a free person, do what you want, but I just want to let you know there's literally no science behind you walking outside by yourself wearing 2 masks. You need some fresh air. Just do what you want, but I just want to throw that out there, think what you want. But she was asking about the protests. Why are these, I just don't get it. Why don't they care about anybody? And I don't think that's why they're here, but that's the assumption she was operating under because of all the propaganda she's heard, right? And so when Miriam said, well, would you like a flyer to see what they're talking about it? No, please. We had to literally put this flyer on the ground, and the lady, with 2 masks on and everything, it felt like, whoa, this is it. This is like the real life trauma that a lot of people have been going through. So I have empathy for that. I'm not here to make fun of that woman or anybody else like that. But in real life, yes, there is what I call a fracturing going on right now. Think about the world, those of you who are pulling your kids out of school or keeping the kids free of toxins and eating healthy and breaking free of these systems, and those who are going to continue to stay in those systems. Within 10 years, 20 years, we're going to notice a difference between the way we're living our lives, the way that we're thinking, how healthy we are. There is really a fracturing going on. And I believe that is part of the plan. They want us to turn neighbor against neighbor against neighbor. They want your neighbors and your friends to say, you're the problem. This won't stop because you won't get vaccinated, because you won't wear a mask. And it could get dangerous if they keep pushing that. And you really get to the point where your neighbors think, if we're a year from now and this is still dragging on and they're pointing at you, you're the last 10% that won't get vaccinated. It could be really dicey out there, guys. We need to build that unity. They want to create that division. And look, this is a tried and true tactic. Last year it could have been alt-right versus Antifa. We can go with the traditional left versus right, Democrat versus Republican, black versus white, whatever. These folks will play on anything they can because sometimes we're tribalistic and we fall into that. So again, I operate under the assumption that we all don't agree on everything, but we can still work together, right?
Amen.
Yeah. So, the second trap that I want to warn you against is called defeatism. Defeatism, guys. We are facing some monumental circumstances, without a doubt. We just described it. Agenda 2030, Great Reset. Whew, it's rough out there. It's been an interesting year. And a lot of people are just starting to wake up, or maybe they've been awake for a little while, but now they're feeling pretty hopeless, right? And it's understandable why anybody felt hopeless in the last year? Even myself, I have my moments of is it making any difference? Is anybody paying attention? And then I come out here and I get to meet all you guys and you give me fuel to keep going, right? It's easy to fall into that trap and to feel like we're not going to make it through this, right? Because things are dire, things are rough. It's not like we got a picnic in front of us. We got a tough time, and it's going to take, I believe, doing things that might make you uncomfortable, pushing past your doubts, maybe hanging out and working with people you never thought you might work with before. It's going to take a lot of effort, time, energy, commitment. But there are folks who are waking up and they're falling into this trap. They see what's happening and they think there's no solutions. So in my books, I've written about the waking up process as it's a grieving process, essentially, right? I mean, you're grieving the fact that the things you've been taught throughout your life, most of them are not true. We've been taught a lot of false things by people we thought we could trust, people we were told to trust, whether that's parents, teachers, governments, doctors, whatever. And that's when those illusions are shattered, that can be a bad place to be. Anybody else have a rough time with that transition? Sometimes you get angry, right? Maybe righteously angry. I can't believe this is happening. And so the psychological model of grieving is called the Kubler-Ross model, and they talk about going from denial, acceptance, these sort of stages. And I see that happening with some folks. First, it's like, no, this isn't true. Okay, then you start to accept it, right? And then you get mad about it. Maybe you get sad about it, right? And then eventually, the goal is you get through those things. So what are we going to do about it? Focus on solutions, right? That's where I'm always at. But some people will get stuck in that angry kind of sad phase. I tend to call it the Alex Jones phase. Whatever you think about the man, a lot of his work is very much it's fear porn. It's Endgame. Blueprint for global enslavement. That movie woke me up, but damn, I don't think I could take it now. I'm like, what is this guy talking about? And it's intense, right? But there's a time where that resonates with you, right? I'm more coming from compassion. Other people are like, oh, this guy's too hippie for me. Give me the anger. Give me the yeah. But I think that can be a dangerous place where things can start to feel so grim and so hopeless that any solution you might propose, the defeatist shoots down. We're going to start growing our own food and organizing local freedom cells. Oh, you think they're going to let you grow your own food? Oh, that's cute. Oh, we're going to get our own land. We're going to build an intentional community. You ever heard of Waco? We're trying to invest in crypto and silver and precious metals and alternative metals. Oh, they own that. They control that. They bought that. They infiltrated that. There's no solutions for this person that's good enough. And I guess their solution is to sit at home on Facebook and complain and post memes. I don't know. I don't feel like it's an effective strategy. You guys know this person? Met this person before? Maybe you've even been this person once or twice? Don't be this person. There are solutions, my friend. There are solutions. First step, recognizing you are not alone. Look around this room right now. Look at this, guys. There's so much potential right here. We have all the tools we need in our community. It's just about bridging those gaps and bringing people together. So look out for defeatism. The third one, and I've been noticing this a lot throughout the tour, is normalcy bias. Now, normalcy bias is a cognitive bias which leads people to dismiss incoming threats and warnings, sort of downplay. And they typically talk about this in the sense of economic crashes or weather disasters and things of this sort, right? The person who, despite every warning, I'm staying home, I'm not leaving, no matter if the hurricane's coming or not. And it's just something in our brain, which I think is a really beautiful and dangerous thing, that seeks to find balance and equilibrium, even in the face of overwhelming danger and kind of impending doom. We can find that balance. One other example I'll give of that is imagine under any totalitarian regime you want to think about. Fascist, communist, Nazi, whatever. Totalitarian, complete control of the state and the government, right? Maybe even executions and censorship and all the dangerous things we've read about in history books that we're told never could happen again. Do you think under those circumstances everybody stopped smiling? They never celebrated a birthday party? They stopped going to work? They stopped enjoying sunsets? No. People still went about their lives. Even if you know on the edge of town there's some really scary things going on and we don't speak about it too much because we don't want to be taken away in the middle of the night, you still tried to find balance, tried to be a human being. You tried to live, right? So people probably still nervously held birthday parties and tried to maintain some semblance of normalcy. It's a beautiful thing, but it's also a very scary thing, right? I see that happening with people right now. Like I said, in Texas, people are feeling so chill. The governor's taking care of us. Everything's good. Vaccine mandates are banned. Arizona, some of these other states, they think there's nothing to worry about. Guys, I'm here to tell you again, it's not going to go away. And what we're facing right now is not normal. Again, this is the new normal they want you to accept. I think we can all agree it should never be normal to see masks on kids. That should not be something that we normalize. Let alone any of the other stuff going on. It should never be normal for there to be talk about a no-fly list for the unvaccinated. Did you hear the recent announcement in Canada? Later this month, everybody's going to have to be vaccinated to travel by plane, domestically, not just internationally now, domestically, plane, trains, and I think even the bus systems. That's coming in, federal workers, like all these things are happening, right? So people see it happening, but I think in some places people think, well, it's kind of calmed down. It's not as intense as last year. Last year, when me and Miriam made our decision to move to Mexico, lots of people were hitting us up. We saw the Freedom Cell Network go from 3,000 people to now 27,000 people around the world. So many people were pumped up, excited about solutions, and because we felt under threat. People have been comfortable for a long time. And I think in America there's a little too much comfort, and that's what's preventing us from having these massive protests like we're seeing in other countries. Why aren't there the millions in the street that we're seeing in Italy and elsewhere? People are comfortable. Even if it's bad and you hear about it, I still got 1,000 TV channels and AC and food in my fridge and the internet and Netflix. Life still seems pretty cool. Until you start pushing and challenging and speaking out, then you realize, oh wait, the cage is getting a little smaller, isn't it, right? So people last year were super excited and concerned about, hey Derek, do you know somebody in my area? Hey, I'm looking for people to buy land. Making moves, pulling kids out of school, doing different things, buying, getting their money out of the banks, really thinking about how am I going to live my life into the future. And there's still that mentality, but it feels like some folks have kind of been lulled back into a sense of like, oh, things have calmed down. It's not going to come again. Guys, like I said earlier, it's already happening. Please do not allow yourself to be lulled into a sense of normalcy bias. It is a beautiful thing that we want to find equilibrium, but we can't accept these current circumstances as normal, as the new normal, right? We can do better than this. And if we continue to accept what they're shoving down our throats, it will get to the point of Australia. That should be our goal. We can see what our brothers and sisters are doing over there, and we pray for them that they can push back tyranny there, what they're facing, and that it doesn't get worse. But also we need to make sure it never gets to that point here, right? So, division, defeatism, and normalcy bias. If we do not work past those things, we will be swallowed up by the technocracy. If we sit here and think there's no solutions, if we continue to fight until it's too late because we've divided ourselves amongst each other, or if we think that this is normal and everything's okay, there's nothing to worry about, we don't have to fight anymore, the technocracy is going to march forward. They have spent trillions and trillions of dollars and generational planning. You guys get that? These families behind this that run the banking system, others, they don't just think about, well, we're all distracted about, oh, look, I got some likes on Facebook. They're thinking, what are my grandchildren going to accomplish? What projects am I going to start that they're going to finish, right? They think long term, and that's how we need to think. We need to think generationally, because again, we have from 70 down to the young ones all around the world who are thinking about these ideas. There's an immense opportunity. I don't know that we can avert the crisis and stop this from happening. There's no, again, it's another Hollywood fiction. There's no ring of power to just throw in the fire and everything's going to be fixed. There's no one computer to smash and then the technocracy's over, right? There's no switch to flip. I don't think we can stop it per se, but I think we can survive and thrive through it. But that's going to depend on us, as Ramiro was talking about with technology, not being dependent on their systems. Because as I'm going to talk about now, every weakness you have, every vulnerability they have, they will squeeze it until you comply. We're already seeing that right now. We've seen them in the last year mandate vaccination status as a requirement for people on probation. We've seen them say that they're going to take away people's kids in divorce proceedings if they don't comply and get the vaccine. We're now seeing some places, again, in the US, saying that to rent here, you need to show me your vaccination status. People in France are being denied the right to grocery stores without vaccination status, right? If these things progress, which it might not happen in one fell swoop around the country. The US is a big country and it's very different all over the place. But pockets of it are already happening, right? We need to make sure there are pockets of freedom that never go this direction, right? So that's what we're here to talk about. That's what we can do about it, and that's what we're going to focus on now for these last little minutes here. You guys still with me? I know I'm going a bit long here. I appreciate your attention again. Look, guys, I wouldn't be here if I didn't think this was important, right? I'm not here just because I like to hear myself speak or anything like that. I've actually had to push past a lot of my own insecurities to do this kind of work. Because if I let myself, I'll start going down those rabbit holes. And did I say the right things, or am I doing this? How do I look? It doesn't matter. I'm here to share with these important ideas with you because this is, to me, the most important thing right now. Anybody had that feeling in the last year that this is where you're supposed to be? This is the time you're supposed to be living in? I know that this is why I'm here. You know, whatever words you want to use, Creator, God, this is why I'm here. This is what I'm supposed to be doing, connecting with you guys, planting some seeds, learning from each of you, and then taking that on to the next community. And I know that if we continue to work together, we can make it through this, guys. So let's talk about these solutions. Again, the solutions that I'm focused on are coming out of my book, How to Opt Out of the Technocratic State, which was published in January 2020, right before COVID. The solutions I'm presenting tonight are not political, they're not lawsuits, and they're not legal jargon. Now, that's not to say you shouldn't try those other arenas if you find value in there. Again, I'm not here to tell you what not to do. I'm just here to suggest some ideas. But personally, when I take a cost-benefit analysis and I look at this time-sensitive situation we're in, I have to sit here and think, what is the best use of my time? Is it the best use of my time to donate to a political campaign and wait till 2022 or 2024 and hope that by then things have not gotten worse? Not for me. Is it the best use of my time and money to donate and support lawsuits and to just wait for them to fix this in the courts? Again, not for me. Now, that doesn't mean you can't do those things plus what I'm talking about, but I definitely want to discourage you from only putting your energy and your faith into those systems. Because, guys, the courts are proving they're not here to defend us and protect us, right? And I mean, has anybody come to the realization this last year that really, at the end of the day, the law is really just the opinion of the people in power backed up by the force of the police and people with guns. Like, I mean, it doesn't mean it's right? Because, in case you didn't know, according to the U.S. government, right now, it is perfectly legal for any of you here, especially now that you are all domestic extremists, anti-vaxxer, anti-science crazies, it's perfectly legal for them, according to the National Defense Authorization Act of 2012, to indefinitely detain you without right to a trial, without right to a lawyer. They don't have to notify your family or anybody. You guys know about NDA 2012? It was passed under the Obama administration, signed during Christmas time, and it's been reauthorized every single year by every president since then. So that would mean Obama and Trump did that. That's curious. So that's on the books now. That means any incoming president, including this current president or any president after that, could use that against you. They consider that to be legal. Do you guys think that's right? So again, the law shouldn't be your barometer for what's moral, what's just, and what's right. You know, I don't think just that you guys you're only not murderers just because the law is telling you. I don't think that's the only thing preventing you from killing me right now. It's like, oh wait, well, there's the government. If it wasn't for that, I'd be all over you. I'd be stealing from you and robbing out of your pockets. That's not most people, right? Most people genuinely want to take care of themselves, their family. They want to help each other when they have the opportunity. You know, we want to support each other. We don't need that system to tell us what's right and wrong. And the reason I say that is because these systems are increasingly making it clear that being free is becoming illegal. Just being a free person. Like, you're not even doing anything. You're standing there, here, I'm a free human, sovereign being. I own my body. I get to decide what happens to myself. I get to make decisions about my children. Nope. You can't fly. Can't work here. Sorry, we're not going to insure you. Sorry, you're not going to be able to can't go to the restaurants, can't go to the bars. And maybe you're like, well, I don't care. I like to cook at home anyways. I don't go out to eat that often. And I don't need the gym. I just work out at home or in the backyard or in the park. But eventually, it's going to affect something that you do care about. And if you have a 401k, or if you're a social security check, or a veteran's income check, or any sort of dependency, I'm not judging anybody, but I'm just saying if you have that, that is a vulnerability, and they will squeeze that. How long do you think they'll tie that to a vaccination status? How long before they tie renewing your driver's license or passports to a vaccination status? These are all realistic things that are on the table and that have been discussed in different parts of the country and the world. So, with that awareness, guys, it is becoming illegal to just be a free person. And think about this. There are folks who last year, maybe you're like the kind of person who says, look, I've never done anything wrong in my life, Derek. I pay my taxes on time. I go to work Monday through Friday. I'm just a good old American person. And then this year, you're buying negative PCR tests on the black market. And look, the reality is that people need to still travel for work. Some people are like, I haven't seen my family in a year. And so maybe they are making that decision. Well, look, this guy tells me he can get me a fake vaccine card or a negative PCR test so I can fly without sticking that thing up my nose or getting jabbed. And I really need to see my loved one. Or I really need to keep working for my family to make money until I figure out what my next move is. I'm not here to fault anybody with what they do. But we should all recognize that's a temporary solution at best. It's going digital. But at the same time, hypothetically, I heard a rumor that if you go to the Mexico Freedom Cell on Telegram, there's a negative PCR test for people who could use it. It's a rumor I heard. I haven't verified it myself, but it's worth checking out, I guess. Mexico Freedom Cell, Telegram. So again, I don't judge the decisions people make, and ultimately to me, I don't see a victim. So if somebody comes to me and says, hey, you know what, I need to fly to see my grandmother, she's over here, and I need help, being able to do that. I don't want to stick the thing up my nose, I don't want the jab. And if, hypothetically, myself or somebody can help facilitate that, and help somebody go see their loved one, or help them keep working for the moment while they try to figure out their next move, I don't see any victim or any wrong in that. But, of course, they're saying that's illegal. So I bring that up just to understand, the circumstances that we're in. It is becoming illegal just to be a free person, just to say, I want to travel, I want to work, I want to see my family. Well, you're either going to comply, or you're going to have to maybe see what else is out there. And I think that's where our strength is, outside of their systems. Inside their system, smart cities, great reset, technocracy, you'll own nothing and be happy. That's the vision. They put it out in front of us. They're not even hiding it anymore. It's right there in front of you. If we don't choose our own course of action, we will blindly walk into their world or be swallowed up by it, right? So we're here to talk about being proactive. And I think that the solution is to really build something new. I'm not here to tell you guys to try to run against them. I ran for mayor of Houston in 2019 to hijack their signal for 6 months and spread truth. Not because I had any aspirations of being mayor of Houston. God, I was horrified that we might actually win. But it was great. I got to hijack their signal and go on all the local news and say the same things I'm saying right now. So that's the only way I personally recommend using the political system, but do fight with the way you will. But for me personally, I believe the answer is to compete with them directly. I'm not here to tell you to storm the Capitol, to throw a brick through a window, to sit around and be apathetic, or to keep voting harder until things get fixed. I think the only real answer is for us to not be dependent on their systems and to build the next stage. And people like Ramiro, the things he's sharing about tech, that's like, we're in the very seed, the early stages of these guys, right? That's what I'm saying, like, this is a generational change. And some of us, including myself, might not live to see the fruits of our labor. But I do know that the future generations are 100% counting on us. They are 100% depending on us. The young ones here and the ones who aren't even here with us yet that are coming afterwards. If we do nothing, there won't be another option. There will be technocracy. Welcome to the new world. You own nothing to be happy. This is a beautiful world. They won't even ever know about the concept of freedom. Because for some reason, 1984 is being treated like a manual. And if you remember in the book, they literally had changed the language to the point that freedom wasn't even a concept that existed in people's minds anymore. How many generations do you think it would take to erase that idea? My guess is not long, right? But we get to keep it alive. These young ones get to keep it alive, right? We're going to be the ones to keep it alive. So we're going to compete with their systems directly. And in my book, I talk about 3 different paths I think we can take in pursuit of this different world, this alternative economy. The first one is what I call holding down the fort. Now, this is mainly in regards to physical location, because as I said earlier, lots of people are thinking, where do they want to be? People are getting the heck out of New York and California, coming to Texas or Iowa or other places. Some people are moving from country to country, city to city. People are trying to feel out what feels like home, what feels more free, and where do I want to raise my family? Some of you might be in a situation where you think, the place I'm in right now. Some of you I know are coming locally or from around this area. Maybe you already feel like you're committed here, like you like the Mask Off Minnesota, you like all the different groups here. You've got community here, you're growing food, there's unschooling, homeschooling, there's lots of good activities. So why would you leave? You feel good about this. These are the people you're committed to. You want to get more connected and just keep growing and hold down the fort here in the face of technocracy. And that means, again, that you could get involved in all kinds of different things. We're going to talk about freedom cells and some other ways to organize. But that's one strategy you can take. In the face of the technocracy, I found my place, I'm committed to this. And also, it might not be your choice. I've had people come up and tell me, well, I'm holding down the fort, but not by choice. I have this job that I'm kind of tied to here, or I've got this relationship and I can't leave, or whatever. So by choice or circumstance, you're choosing to stay where you're at and fight there and build from there. Is there anybody who feels like that's where you're going to hold down the fort and build here, right? So look around. Keep your hands raised, please. Those are the people you need to connect to. If you feel like you're in, obviously you're not all in the same neighborhood, but look around, find each other, connect with Mask Off Minnesota. If you're committed to these areas, then find the people who are, right? And maybe we could even set up a section at the end and have some of that networking. The second part is what I call exit and build. And this is again about physical location, but it's also about practically breaking free from systems. So if you're in a situation where you're looking around your community and you're like, there's nothing going on here, I'm the only one. Everybody feels like they're the only one. People email us and say, I'm the only one. Do you know anybody in freedom cells? And I'm like, there's like 10 people in your area. Sometimes you're just not plugged in, right? You just haven't gone to the right meeting. You're like, whoa, my God, there's this whole ecosystem of wonderful groups and activism. Sometimes you literally are the only one. You might be in a small town or just a place where there's just not the things you're looking for. There's no families or there's no other activists doing the kind of work that you want. So you realize this is not the place for you. You want to exit somewhere else, exit from there and build somewhere else. Maybe you're looking at the city over, the state over, the country over, and you're like, man, there's so much good things happening over there. They got it going on in Minnesota. Maybe folks down in Houston are looking up what's happening here, and they're like, you know what? I want to come be a part of that community. So they choose to exit from their current area and build elsewhere, right? That's what Miriam and I have chose to do. I've been fighting in Houston for the last 12 years, and I still have good friends and family there. And when I can, I still try to go confront the mayor for fun. And, I'm committed to helping how I can. But Houston was one of the first smart cities announced in the country in October 2018. If any of you saw my documentary, The 5G Trojan Horse, I kind of cataloged that whole thing. And I'm not living there. I'm not going to get sucked into a smart city. You already don't have any privacy anywhere near downtown. They have 10,000 cameras installed by the Department of Homeland Security connected to a 24-hour, station with TVs on the wall and all that stuff. So I'm not going to live there, but I'll keep helping it where I can. I chose to exit and build elsewhere, right? So holding down the fort, exiting and building. Does anybody feel like exiting and building might be their strategy? You're looking for somewhere else to move to, or maybe even, you're not from this area, but you're looking to move in general, right? Some of us might feel that way. Now, also exit and build, the other aspect of it is something that applies to both things. So holding down the fort, staying in one location where you're at, fighting here, building here, doing good things here. Exiting, going to a different place and building there. But exit and build also applies whether you're going to stay here or move. Exit and build in the sense of exit from systems that don't align with your values and principles, right? So Ramiro's talking about the technology. I think it's the most obvious example for the moment. How could we sit there and have Expose Bill Gates Day? Anybody paid attention to Expose Bill Gates Day last year? We built this international movement. Of course, they said we were conspiracy theorists for talking about that crazy Bill Gates guy. But how can we have movements like that? How can we talk about the problems of the Gateses and the Bezos and stuff, and then go on Amazon and order some presents for our friends? Hop onto our Microsoft computer and do our emails. Hop into our Google search engine, and you see what I'm saying? There's an inconsistency between thoughts, words, and actions. And we all have it. I'm not here to say like I'm perfect at all, like in any of these areas. But if we don't take concrete steps to get away from these systems, we're only working against ourselves, right? That's why it's so beautiful that now we're at the point where people can offer privacy phones. You know, you guys have probably heard about some others that are starting to pop up. Like we're at the point where we have that opportunity, and they're really afraid of that. Because they want it to be where anytime you want to go buy a new phone or computer, you got to buy or the local electronics store. Those are all going to be loaded with Apple, Google, Microsoft. It's the norm, right? You have to go out of your way to try to get out of the systems. So again, real change, it's not going to be easy. It's going to involve pushing past your discomforts, maybe learning some new things. You don't have to be a tech person. Look to somebody like Ramiro who can simplify those things and make them easier for you, right? We don't all have to learn every single aspect, but we can learn from each other and support each other. So the tech is one aspect, but let's also think about it in terms of the food system. As far as I'm concerned, the food systems are completely unsustainable and destructive and violent to the planet. And they're not really that healthy to humans, at least the mainstream food production systems. But they're also just completely unsustainable. How many of you, like most of us, are dependent on the grocery store for, anybody go shopping every week or every couple days? Yeah, so what happens when they tell us we can't come back in without vaccination status? Well, hopefully, we say, cool, thanks. I'm going to go to my local community garden that I built a relationship with. No worries. I got my backyard garden, front yard garden, rooftop garden, vertical garden, community-supported agriculture. We're doing permaculture, food shares, egg shares. We have to build those networks. Because otherwise, not only are we supporting unsustainable systems, and that whole system is held up through lobbying and corporate welfare from the government and the corporations they work with. I mean, it's the whole big topic, right? But the point is that those systems, I don't believe, I'll speak for myself, they don't align with my values. So my goal is, how do I make sure I'm not dependent on those systems, right? I want to exit and build from those systems, from the technology, from the food system, from the education system, from the financial system. The financial system underpins all of it. Anybody ever heard of something called the Federal Reserve System? Maybe you've spent some time researching that. Well, look, guys, again, no judgments here. It's all about clarity, thinking about what we can do to best serve ourselves and our goals. 2008, they robbed the people of the world blind. And then they bail them out again, right? And take more from you to fix the situation. And your money's still in their banks. And your money's still in their banks. What's it going to take? It's like an abusive relationship. And again, not here to judge anybody. It might be because it's easier for work. It's convenient. There's a bank close to you. Well, I guess in the future we'll tell them, yeah, we just let the banks run wild because I had one near my house. It was convenient. It was more convenient than looking up a credit union or researching this thing crypto I keep hearing about, or researching alternative currencies, or barter, or just trying to lessen my dependence on those systems. Because again, just like with the tech, it's very difficult. Look, I haven't had a bank account since 2008. I haven't paid tax since 2010. Don't tell anybody. And seriously, don't tell anybody. And I just live free from these systems. That's the way that I choose to be because they don't align with my values. Obviously, there are risks that can be incurred when you choose to be a free person. When we're being held hostage by psychopaths that tell us, pay up or go to prison, most people comply. When we're being held hostage by people who say, if you want to work, get the shot, a lot of people are going to comply. I pray not, but from what I've seen, even some of the people in this room might end up complying. If you don't think ahead. We've had family members, both of us, in the last couple weeks tell us, like, yeah, well, I went and got it, because, or just, they're sitting there just waiting. They're like, saying, well, I guess when it comes to it, I'm not getting it now, but if my work mandates it, yeah, I guess I'll do it. So they're just sitting still, just waiting for it to happen. Just no planning, no thinking ahead. I guess I'm just sort of accepting my fate. Those are things we should question, right? I believe that if we actually want to achieve change, we need to align thoughts, words, and actions. We can have all the aspirations to build a better world and talk about these things, but again, COVID is just a symptom of the larger thing. So even if we push back and we expose the lies of COVID and we get the masks off the kids and the vaccines out of the school, which are all important fights, and keep fighting them. But even if we were to push back those things, guys, guess what? These same people were in charge before COVID. They pulled off 9/11. They lied to you about that. They've been doing this for hundreds of years. And I don't want to get too deep in the conspiracy rabbit hole, but I think it's just important to acknowledge that what we're facing is not just about changing a president. Does everybody get that, right? Changing a president isn't going to fix this system. It might be a temporary, hilarious Band-Aid or something, but it won't fix things. So exiting a building from the food systems, from the technology, from the political system, for me, but that financial system is really the key. Let me give you one more example about that before we move on. So Federal Reserve System operates under fractional reserve banking. Most of the banks operate in this way. What that means is when you give them your money, they only have to hold a certain percentage, about 10%. So you give them your $1,000 check. They only have to hold on to $100 of that. The other 90% of that could be going to fund Great Reset projects. That could be going to fund surveillance, because you have no say in what they do with your money. And guess what? All the big banks, MasterCard and Visa, they're working with the World Economic Forum on the Great Reset. So this is just a sort of throwing it out there, planting seeds. If we want consistency, if we want real change, we need to think about the systems that we are using. That's why the tech side is so important. That's why where we put our kids, because I'm just going to say it, and I'm not here to say it's easy, but guys, school was messed up before COVID. All right, they're propaganda centers. They're propaganda. You know, there's a really awesome quote from Malcolm X that says, "You should never let your enemy educate your children." Seems to make sense to me. Kind of makes sense. So I'm just throwing that out there. That look, I have nieces. I have 6 nieces and nephews. My brother and sister, working class people, working 6 days a week. I get that it's not easy to just like, yeah, take them out, homeschool. I'm not sitting here trying to say that's the easiest thing ever. But again, community, that's where it comes down to. We've been seeing people form freedom cells or pods or circles of parenting groups, homeschooling groups, unschooling groups. We need to bring that community back together because it is difficult for one parent. I'm sitting here trying to tell my sister, what are you going to do when they mandate it for the kids, you know? And she's committed not to do it. I will say she told me the other day, she's in Texas, that if they try to bring the masks back, she's like, I already told the kids I'm going to pull them right out. I'm like, yes, let me help you in that transition because I know that's difficult, right? That's the thing is there's people out there looking for help. Guys, in the last week, I've gotten emails from nurses, from teachers, all sorts of professionals with 20 years experience working with autism, working with the elderly, that are just contacting me because of the videos I do looking for work. We need to build those systems to help all the people that are losing their jobs find the people that need those people, right? There's going to be so many people that are out of work, and if there's nothing to go to, they will comply because they got to eat. They got to take care of their families, right? And at the end of the day, how can we judge somebody if we can't offer them another path forward, right? So I believe that is the role, the difficult and fun role that we are tasked with, is building these new systems. And so for me, that's exiting out of all those different systems, exiting from the financial system, trying to break free. And look, I'm not sitting here again saying it's easy, just homeschool the kids, pull all your money out of the banks. It takes steps. So maybe you realize, you know what, I'm tired of giving Bank of America my money and Chase my money and these others. I'm going to look up the local credit union and find out more about that. I'm not here to endorse all the credit unions, but generally they are better than big banks. Typically you have more of a say in what they do with your money, and it can go into local community projects. That's one step forward, I think. There might be other ways. The point is, if we are afraid of change, that sounds difficult. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to use a computer. Well, I have to get up. I have to take time after work. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. Cool. Well, then enjoy the Great Reset. If you don't want to do anything, if you don't want to make, and I just mean that bluntly and seriously, right? Again, they're depending on us. The future generations are depending on us. Obviously, we're all here aware of the problem, right? And to me, to do nothing in the face of this, I mean, I don't know. It feels like that would be a spiritual death. And that leads me to the last path, holding down the fort, exiting and building, and the third one that thankfully none of you have chosen. Apathy is death. Because I believe that us doing nothing with the understanding of what's going on. If you go home from this point on, I'm not saying follow my books, follow my words, but do something. Because if you go home tonight, after today, you came here, you're aware of this event, you're aware of all the potential here, and you do nothing, you have nobody else to blame but yourself. right? And if all of us do nothing in the face of this, then maybe we deserve what's coming. I don't know. But I want to believe that we're capable of something more than that. I want to believe that you guys do want to see a better world, that we want these beautiful young children to have a different opportunity. Maybe some of the things that we thought we had, that illusion was shattered, maybe they really get to experience what freedom really looks like, right? So thank you. Doing nothing will lead to death. Apathy is death. And look, I'm not saying they're going to come storm down your house and break down the door tomorrow and you're going to be dead. But what I am saying is that wouldn't that be a psychological, spiritual, emotional death? To be in the face of what other better word is there but evil and to do nothing? To me, that feels like a death of a sort. So we're not here to do that. You can hold down the fort, you can exit and build. And part of that strategy, whether you're moving, whether you're staying here, is building locally. That's why we did the whole solutions showcase earlier. You heard all the amazing people. Give it a round of applause for all the people sharing earlier. It's so great. Those people are in your community. Again, we have all the resources we need within our communities. We just need to help each other shine. You know, sometimes we need to motivate each other, push people out there to speak up and express themselves. So as we're building community, and if we recognize that we don't want the Great Reset vision, and we don't want the technocracy, then what are we aiming to, right? If you can know that you don't want that, but without a destination, you might not get somewhere you want to be. So I want to tell you about the freedom formula. This is also from the book. It's just a simple 3-part equation. The first part is freedom. Feel free to shout. What comes to mind when you hear the word freedom? Anyone? Personal responsibility. Anyone else? You guys never heard of freedom? Choice, passion, compassion. Okay, so these are the general ideas of the concepts that come to mind. I want you to think even deeper about it. I want to invite you to think about this tonight and beyond. What does your vision of freedom really look like? If it's not the Great Reset vision, what are you aiming for? This is my vision. It's called the Conscious Agora. There's 20 acres or so of land. There's about 10 to 15 people there, families, free-range kids running around. We've got fresh spring water. There's fruit trees around, food forests. We've got workshops and skill shares. We're teaching people how to grow their own food. We're helping people get organized in their communities. We live on the land together. We have our own homes, but we also have a communal garden in operation where we work and we build entrepreneurship. We're not looking to create utopia, but we know that, hey, we're all emotionally mature and intelligent adults. When a problem arises, we can work through it. We don't have to agree on everything, but we're committed to these values. That's the Conscious Agora. That's what we're building in Mexico. And I want this to be a network of communities all around the world. We're trying to build this idea, and I'm going to kind of develop it into a simple model that could be followed and implemented. And I would love to come help you create something like this, something these values. I've thought about this deeply for the last 4 or 5 years and wrote about it in my book, and now we're manifesting and we're bringing it to a reality. So the first part is you need to know what your vision of freedom looks like, right? Not in a vague sense of like, yeah, I want to live off grid one day, or we're going to get a ranch and raise the kids. What does that look like? Are you living with other people, with family? How many acres? Do y'all share a home? Do y'all live next to each other? Do y'all have adjacent property? What does that look like? Really think about it. If you're an artist, draw it. Spend some time drawing it. Smell it, taste it, really see it and visualize it. Understand it. Once you do that, and you hold that vision, the second part of the formula comes in. Vision of freedom plus what are you willing to do to get it? That's it. What are you willing to do to get it? If, again, your answer is, well, I don't like this Great Reset, I don't like this vaccine passports, and all this stuff sounds really scary, but I do like watching football, and I guess if I got to do it for football, oh well, my favorite band's coming, and they say if I want to go see them, I got to get this vaccine to do it. I guess that's do it. Well, you know, building gardens and organizing with other people and getting free of these systems sounds like a lot of work. Sounds like a lot of effort, time, energy. I got to be around other people. I got to do things. You know, if we take that sort of defeatist mentality again, you won't achieve the goal. You have to have the vision. You have to know it clearly. But even if you know the vision, if your actions are disconnected from your aspirations, you won't achieve it. And that sounds like common sense, so simple, but I feel like we forget that sometimes. We can get so caught up in, we know we want a better world, we want this thing, but we also just want to press a button once every 4 years and hope somebody else will do it for me. Or pay this person and they'll take care of it. Or you think for me, you live for me. That age is over, my friends. It's time for us to step up and be sovereign, beautiful, free, powerful human beings that claim our personal responsibility and our responsibility to live free. That's, I think, the time that we're at now. And in order for that to happen, you have to put that vision you hold before everything else as much as possible. Look, maybe you're working 60 hours a week. So you don't have 10 hours a day like myself and others to kind of dedicate to these things. Spend 30 minutes a day then if you got it. Make an extra hour on the weekend. Push past your tiredness and know that you're fighting for something bigger than yourself, right? Don't think about the momentary discomfort right now. I've been telling this to my brother and sister, like, yeah, look, if you move the kids, they might be mad at you because you're going to take them away from their friends. There's going to be a big change. But in the future, when they're free, I'm pretty sure they'll be okay, right? So don't just think about the momentary discomfort. You should consider those things and consider your children and all these factors, of course. But don't allow that to prevent you from making change because it seems big. We're facing some big situations. We need to respond in a big way. We need to not cower. We need to not buckle. We need to see that if we're going to make it through, we have to make some moves here. Hold the vision of freedom and know what you're willing to do to get it. If you commit yourself to these goals, these visions, then you will achieve it. So you have your vision, you have what you're willing to do to get it, and that equals your actual experience of freedom. So obviously, if you have the vision and you put everything behind it and you're like, well, I want to go off grid and I want to be able to learn how to not be dependent on the electric system in case some storm comes or in case they try to turn off the power to the unvaccinated. But I've actually never looked up solar or any of these other alternative power sources. I've just kind of vaguely heard about it. And yeah, I want to grow my own food and I keep hearing about this permaculture thing, but I've never actually done a simple search to look it up, or I've never even watched a video on it. There's a disconnect, right? So you need to know the vision and you need to put as much of yourself into that as possible. My friends, you will achieve it. That's the freedom formula. Unless we're willing to think in those practical terms, goal, what am I willing to do? This is what I'm going to get. I don't think we're going to get it. If we just keep talking abstractly, we need to keep motivating each other. We need to have rallies. We need to have meetups. But we also, I believe, need to make sure that each of us, our brothers and sisters, are not dependent on these systems and don't get swallowed up for them. That's where freedom cells come in. And this is the last concept I'm going to talk about tonight. If anybody familiar with freedom cells or been hearing about it lately, freedomcells.org is our website if you want to check it out. We're also all over Telegram. As I said earlier, before COVID, there was 3,000 people on the website and in the general movement. Now there's 27,000 plus all around the world. The website is set up somewhat like a social network, but it's not a social network. The only reason this website exists is for you to join for free, create a profile, put your interests, what are the skills you have, the things that you're looking for, add your location, not your home address, but say somewhere near you. And then use the maps. The maps are the most important part. Search the member maps. Search the cell maps. You can find people who are near you. You can find groups that are already near you. The goal is to connect to those people and start meeting in the real world. Leave the digital part behind after that. It's just the sort of gateway to meeting in the physical world. And I've been promoting this idea for 5 years now, encouraging people to organize in local decentralized groups of 8. And there's some research behind why we choose that group of 8. But the idea is first, like let's say we had 4 people here we're starting with, and we all live near each other, and we recognize that we all want to grow food together. And we all got kids too, and we want to get them out of the schools. We're not quite sure how to do it. So the 4 of us get together, and even though we don't have 8 yet, we start meeting, we create a freedom cell, we put it on Telegram, we put it on the website, and tell people, hey, we're on this side of Minneapolis if you want to come join us. And before we know it, we got 4 more people who are just as like-minded us and motivated. And you might be saying, yeah, Derek, but I'm already in a bunch of activist groups. This is not another activist group. This is what you do. You go find all the other motivated people in the other activist groups and you start a freedom cell with them. Because a lot of people just like to talk. This is not about talking. Freedom cells is about doing. So our group recognizes, hey, we all have an interest in growing food. Okay, well, let's take a permaculture course together and watch it and have a discussion. We'll learn about it. Maybe we pay a guy to give us a workshop so we learn more about that. We also realize that we're concerned about food security. So in addition to learning to grow our own food, let's get a month of backup food together. Let's support each other. Let's buy an emergency bag. Hey, what are you going to buy? You're going to buy rice? Okay, I'm going to try this. Let's compare and contrast. Let's support each other, share resources. The idea being that you have this group of 7 to 8 people who are on equal footing as you. You can share knowledge, you can share skills and resources. There's no one central leader or person that it's dependent on. Obviously, different people will step into leadership roles at different times. But the idea being that this is the support system you have. So when the shit does hit the fan, you know you got 7 other people that have backup supply of food. You have an encrypted form of communication. You all know how to do CPR. You all know a bit about growing your own food. You've been raising your kids out of the school system. I mean, ultimately, it's a limitless idea that is dependent on your interests, your skills, your resources. Some of the people I've met, they are parents, so they form freedom cells specifically just about parenting and homeschooling and unschooling. Other people, like Ramiro, are more on the tech side of things, so they might form a freedom cell not necessarily on their location, but on their interests. And when I started doing this in Houston, we started with one group, and it was people coming from all over the city. It was just 7 or 8 of us. And then as it grew, we started to realize that, well, these guys are driving an hour from across town to come here. Why don't we start the West Houston Freedom Cell? And then we have the sort of citywide cell. The local cells can meet on a weekly basis, start sharing ideas and resources and skills and working on whatever they want. And then maybe once a month, all the local groups get together for a regional meetup, right? You end up with 8 groups of 8 people. That's 64 people. How many gardens can 64 people build? How many flyers can 64 people pass out, right? How powerful would it be if all 64 of those people went in and pulled their monies out of the bank at the same time? What kind of message would that send, right? And so we've been promoting this for years. In fact, Trig V back there and others who were here when we came in 2017 and 2018 were some of the first people working on Freedom Cells and talking about this. And they'll tell you, back then there weren't so many of us. We were scattered all over. And because of COVID-1984, the great motivator that it is, a lot of people are stepping up and feeling that threat, right? We're not so comfortable anymore. Like, okay, maybe I need to take some action. I knew things were bad before, but now it's getting serious. And so it's just blown up now. We have Freedom Cells on the website and on Telegram. Portugal, Spain, Australia, India, Africa. I mean, we have no idea how many there are at this point. Some are more active than others. Some are just getting started. But on this tour, people have been coming up and telling me, last year when COVID hit, I thought I was alone. I was so depressed, and I used Freedom Cells to find other people. We started a group together. We started doing rallies. We're doing, all this beautiful things. We're pulling our kids out of school together. We're doing homeschooling now. We bought land together. We're pulling our money out of the banks. People are taking real, practical, real-world steps, my friends, and that is what it's going to take to be free of these systems. You can believe that politics will save the day or the lawsuits will save the day. Like I said earlier, fight that way if you want, but don't put all your faith in those systems. Do that while also trying to make sure that you don't get caught in that smart city cage one of these days, right? To me, Freedom Cells is about that. That's the community that we all need. And it's happening now, so I invite you, in addition to the other groups here, check out freedomcells.org, and anybody else who already has a group, go list your group on Freedom Cells. Even if it's not this exact concept, it's just a good way to meet other people. People are using Telegram, people are using our website, and they're finding each other, and they're getting organized. And clearly, you have a lot of people here to work with. But we're not all going to want to work with every single person. Find the people that gravitate towards you, the similar interests, and all those things. That is what we're doing. We are literally right now building the parallel structures to this system. The next stage that the young ones will use, none of us know what it looks like yet, but we're building it right now. And it's pretty amazing. It's pretty beautiful to be a part of this. And I'm constantly humbled that these ideas are taking off. And it's not just our movements. There's so many beautiful intersecting movements right now that are helping people realize we have to take practical steps. And I'm going to bring it full circle now back to the conscious resistance and about healing that inner and outer world, guys. I really do think this is a spiritual battle, and that we have to be strong with spirit and strong with mind and heart to make it through what's coming. And it's going to take each of us pushing past those doubts and those fears. I hereby nominate you the leader in your local area. We're counting on you. We're waiting on you. We're ready for you to step up and shine and show us your beautiful gifts that you have to share with the world. There's never been a better time right now for you to step up and offer whatever that is. You don't have to be the guy in front of the stage like I do. You can offer your skills in other ways. The point is, we need you right now. We came here to get you activated, guys. Anybody feeling activated? Anybody feeling good? The final thing I'll say tonight, guys, I want to invite you to make a commitment in this moment. I've shared a lot of ideas, and we talked about the problems. We've heard about all the beautiful things happening and some of the scary things. I want to invite you to make a commitment right now. Not to me, to yourself, to your family, to your higher power, however you go about it. Let us all commit to not allowing this vision to come to pass. To not allowing things to get to Australia, to France, to Italy, to some of these other scary things we've seen. Can we commit to that? Can we make that commitment in this moment? Can we do that together? And I want you to know that for the last 5 weeks we've been traveling the country with other people just like you. Crowds as this size, bigger and smaller, who are just as concerned as you guys, who are out there fighting for change. And I have no doubt in my mind that we are capable of making it through this. It's not going to be easy. Again, I'm not here to sell you a 3-step program that's going to solve everything if you sign up for my email list. It's a little bit more difficult than that. By the way, my email list is over there. But I'm here to tell you guys that we do have the opportunity to change things. and we have the generations here between us, and we have the 7 generations coming after us. In our indigenous communities, we're taught not to only think about the actions we take today and the people they affect right now in this moment, but to think generationally, to think about your children and your grandchildren and the 7 generations and beyond coming after you, the people that you will never meet, that they are depending on us. But I also want to invite you to think about it going the other way, that the 7 generations that came before you, I believe if we do nothing in the face of this, we're also failing our ancestors that came before us and that worked so hard to get us here. So we have to be the leaders of this generation, and I believe it is also our task to motivate and inspire the leaders of the coming generation so that this fight will continue. I don't know if the fruits of my labor or any of our labors are going to be things that we can witness in our lives, but I do see the beginning of it. I see it happening, and I get so excited about the potential right here. And I tell you this, guys, if I keep eating healthy, I've got another 50, 60 years of me doing this, so I'm not going anywhere, and I know you guys aren't either. Thank you so much for being here with me tonight.
One more.
I just want to end, thank you guys so much. The way I want to end, if you stand up with me, if you will. I want to end with a positive affirmation. This is an affirmation. You might see it on our shirts over there. This is something that I started saying to myself when I was locked up. It's just something that helped me through some dark times. You know, I shared some of that story with you guys earlier. If it makes sense to you, if it resonates with you, please repeat it after me. If it doesn't, that's fine. But I use this mantra and this way to push myself. I even have the tattoo, do not give up, on my wrist to just keep me going some days. And this phrase was one of those things. So I invite you to participate in this. I also invite you to use this anytime you find it valuable. And again, we're so humbled and thankful for you guys sharing space with us. So if you feel inclined, please repeat after me. I am powerful. I am powerful. I think we can do more than that. Let's try that again. Everybody feel it in their bones, all right? You're powerful. We're going to change things for the better, right? I am powerful. I am powerful. I am beautiful. I am beautiful. We are free. We are free. Thank you guys so much. I think we have time. I know I went a little bit long. I do want to perform some music if you got some time. We got to be out of here at 10 to respect everybody's time. But yeah, I'm going to pass it off to you for a second, get myself ready.
Another round of applause, please, for Derek Rose. Derek Rose, yes. And just a really quick reminder, folks, please, we cannot do this without you. So please, if you would, open up your phones right now. I know we talked a lot about Google phones and being so evil, but go to Google Maps right now and type in Crystal VFW, and please give them a 5-star review. All right, and please, if you do go upstairs, Dave is bartending. Please give him a huge, huge gratuity. Even if you didn't order any drinks, just go up there and give him money anyway. All right, and also we want to make sure we remind everyone. What's the other thing? I forgot now. Yeah. I forget what the other thing was, but there was another announcement I had to make about something. What was it? Donate. Oh yeah, please, yes, donate. Their donation box. Thank you so much. I totally forgot. And the 23rd, we have a big rally coming up at the Capitol. But please make sure to check out the donations box in the back there. We can't do this without you. We are powered by people, 100%. We don't have the big pharma or big Harma donations that they have there. And let me just see if there's anything else I'm forgetting here on my. Oh yeah, there we go. Thanks for. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah. So thanks for joining us, folks.
What did you think of the event?
And yeah. Oh, actually, we do have a call to action. So I know we're all jumping over there to check out all the amazing stuff that Derek has to offer, but I do want to leave all of us with a call to action because I think all of us can do something. I'm going to bring up Nicole if we could here. Nicole's going to give us a call to action for all of us to take some action. Watch out for the cord. All right, because we're all about taking action here, folks. We are real action takers. Rats, so to speak. All right, so here is our Nicole.
I always watch it.
All right, everybody. Following Derek and his call to action. So we're going to do this weekly now. We want to give you a call to action every week. People always come to us and say, what can we do? What can we do? What can we do? Here's your call to action. In your own community, you know your restaurants, you know your coffee shops. If there's a restaurant or a coffee shop that puts employees in masks when they do not have to, I want you to call them. I want you to ask them, are you masking your employees? And if they say, yes, we are, you say, I will no longer patronize your restaurant, your coffee shop, and then don't do that. Do that a few times a week. Keep calling different places in your local community. If your bowling alley does it, We call you bowling alley. We need to let our voices be heard. They think everybody's in agreement, and we're not. That's not too much to ask. Make a few phone calls, all right? Have a great night, everybody.
Thank you, everybody, for coming out. That's a wrap.
Yeah. The Dutch Fest people.